Life is full of exciting events, but it is our first impressions that we remember best. Your first diploma, your first job in a big company, unforgettable emotions from the first date, the first expensive things you bought when you got your first paycheck, and your first investments with Freedom Broker. Freedom Broker. Look at your favorite brands from a new perspective.
Hello everybody and welcome. This is the final day of this year's World Blitz Championships. Here, live coverage on Chess.com. I'm Lawrence Trent. I'm with the one and only, the legend, the myth from Brighton, the multi-time British champion, the Olympic gold medalist, and slick dancer himself, Grandmaster David Howell. David, lovely to be here with you to cover this final day.
It's a pleasure, Lawrence. It's been a fun few days. Also, how am I going to live up to that billing now? Thank you for the kind words.
It's true. Yeah. You've got a lot of rhythm. People might not know it, but people that have seen you in action know you can move those hips. David, today, what a day we've got in store.
Exactly. It's a huge day. There's a world title on the line. There's plenty of cash on the line as well. Huge prizes. We'll talk about what's at stake in a moment. Here we see the open section, $60,000 for first prize. Some huge names gunning for that, of course. And in the women's section, $40,000. We have had one huge day of Blitz Chess, one marathon day yesterday with 12 games in the open section and 9 rounds in the women's section. Today, Lawrence, more action guaranteed. Some, as mentioned, some giants of chess, some legends of world chess fighting it out, duking it out. For gold on one of the final days of 2022.
Absolutely. And as mentioned yesterday, and even as mentioned at the beginning of the Rapid Championships, this is no ordinary Blitz tournament. It's the World Blitz Championships, and it is held with extremely high regard and high esteem by the world's best players. This is a title that is desperately desired by a lot of players in this field, especially the man leading the Open. We're going to come to that. Let's look at the women's section first, because it's also an interesting tournament, of course. It's a bit more tightly packed, but let's have a look at that table. We have Polina Shuvalova and Valentina Gunina leading the pack so far. David, what have your impressions been of these two players and perhaps some of the players just in behind them?
All of these players at the top of the table in the top 10 there, they're bang in form. Shout out to Shuvalova, who has been leading for much of the Blitz. She did lose a game towards the end of yesterday, but she bounced back, ended the day on a high, and she's going to be full of confidence. Gunina, a form player, a very streaky player, as you mentioned yesterday, Lawrence. She's capable of going on massive winning runs, but also lacks a bit of consistency. She was leading the Rapid, fell back a bit there. So can those two take the heat? They are chased by Tan Zhongyi, the world rapid champion. We've seen her in blistering form. Goryachkina and the chess queen herself, Kostyuk. I mean, those are huge names on the women's scene. They're capable of anything. It's not going to be easy. And these are some of the pairings. Already we see Gunina having to hold off Kostyuk if she wants to maintain her lead. Monster clash there on board one. Goryachkina against Shuvalova, equally important. 4 Russians on the top 2 boards. And Tan Zhongyi will be aiming to beat Zagnidze with white. As you mentioned, Lawrence, so many big names. It's all about whether they can hold their nerves. There's going to be 8 rounds in the women's section, so still plenty of action. And who can stay the course? That's the big question.
Yep, 10 tons of games left. Way too early to call a winner with it so tightly packed. As I mentioned, I'm a big fan of Valentina Gunina. I feel like it's been a long time since she's had a real run at a tournament. Had a rough few years. Fantastic player. And when she's on form, she showed fantastic form yesterday. But she's got a lot more work to do if she's going to really pull this one out the bag. With so many great players around her. Be fun to see that. Let's have a look at the situation in the open section. And Hikaru Nakamura, he couldn't really ask for much more after day one. 10 out of 12 points, never in trouble, converted when he needed to convert, held off some of the big guns when he needed to do that, didn't have a single problem. Well, he went for a very drawish line against Magnus Carlsen, but this was a very pragmatic, decent approach. And as a result, he leads the field by a whole point with, 9 rounds to go. But it's 9 rounds, and a lot can happen. There's a pack of wolves just behind him. Giri having a great tournament. Magnus having a decent tournament. Actually, very lucky, in my opinion, to be on that score. Should have lost against Shakhriar Mamedjarov. Looked shaky in some other spots as well. I think he should be very happy to be on 9 points. Daniel Dubov has shown moments of brilliance, as he always does. Very impressive, Daniel Dubov. And what about this? Haik Martirosyan, the young Armenian Grandmaster, Blitz specialist, also up there. Richard Rapport as well, making a late little dash to get to 9 points. Those 5 players, hot on the heels of Hikaru Nakamura. And then, of course, we have a mammoth amount of players on 8.5 points. Shimanov, Sadwani, Matlikov, Jumsa, and Jan Nepomniachtchi. Jan Nepomniachtchi playing black against Sadwani. Sadwani, by no means a pushover. Great little player from India. But Nepomniachtchi might do a little late burst if he can get off to a win against Sadwani today. He'll be right in the mix, and he is, of course, capable of causing upsets against the big guys. A few other big names on 8 points. They are way off the lead, though, 2 points off the lead. But as David mentioned, everything about this Blitz tournament is streaks and momentum. That is the key. If you manage to put 2-3 wins together, all of a sudden you could be back in the mix. And wow, what a first round of today, round 13. We have Carlsen, Martirosyan, Rapport, Nakamura. David, I think this is a dream pairing for Magnus, to be brutally honest. Starting today, he gets the white pieces against a much weaker player on paper. It's going to be a very sort of overwhelming spot for Martirosyan. But for me, game of the round has to be Rapport Nakamura. Thoughts on this one?
Yeah, it's a huge game. We'll talk more about the pairings as the games go. We are actually about to start. We see Hikaru Nakamura at the board right now. He's been sitting there for almost 10 minutes. You mentioned, Lawrence, a huge game. He needs to start day 2 of the Blitz tournament well. He wants his second world title of 2022, Hikaru Nakamura, after winning the Fischer Random World Championship a couple of months ago. And yeah, he starts with black. He is up against that firebrand Rapport, who can beat anyone on his day. Rapport is very, very ambitious usually. So Hikaru will want to at least survive this first game unscathed. Remember, Hikaru Nakamura, he's unbeaten in 25 games in Kazakhstan over the Rapid and Blitz sections. Impressive stuff. If Nakamura can avoid defeat by the end of the day, he's surely going to get that crown. Here we see board 1. Another question. Will Magnus Carlsen turn up on time? Yesterday, we nearly saw him default the first game of the day, arriving 2.5 minutes late and basically playing a bullet game with 30 seconds on his clock. And Nakamura there gives a frown off to the audience, as I think we do see Richard Rapport arriving. But here's the playing hall. We'll get into the thick of the action soon. Don't write off Daniel Dubov, Anish Giri on board 3, facing off against each other. Dubov checkmated Giri few days ago in the World Rapid Championship, and both of those two, they'll need to start winning. What a story it will be, Lawrence. You mentioned the other name, Nepomniachtchi. He lost 3 games in a row earlier in the tournament, but he's back in the thick of things, just behind the chasing pack. Here we see Magnus Carlsen has indeed arrived, so no heart attack for his fans. And I think we'll see the first moves any moment now. It was very fast and very, very furious yesterday. Once we got into the first few games, we saw the players start the days with winning streaks, Lawrence. Do you think we'll see the game the same again?
I think you'd be mad not to go for a Carlsen win after being able to rest, reset, white pieces, white against Martirosyan. I just don't think any other prediction is reasonable. I think the more difficult pairing to really evaluate is this one, Rapport against Nakamura. This is really a 3-result game for me. I mean, a lot of it depends on Rapport. Hikaru is in absolutely no need to go nuts. He's got a point advantage over the field. This is not a must-win scenario for Hikaru. I think if you're Hikaru, it's just really important not to lose. Get into some kind of steady rhythm. And if you get presented a chance, take it. So I expect a very high sort of level of risk mitigation from Hikaru. But if you're somebody like Rapport, a point behind, you can't just make a bunch of draws and hope that that's going to be enough to keep you close, because a lot of the guys behind you are going to start winning and overtaking you. For example, if you're Rapport, you draw now, you draw the next round, and you draw the one after that, suddenly you're way off the pace, and there's just not enough rounds. So you're white. I think you've got to go for it here if you're Rapport. I want to see something uncompromising. I want to see something a bit more, let's say, old school Rapport. It's a blitz game. Mix it up and see how you do. Note how also Hikaru is wearing the same shirt as yesterday, talking about, we've spoken about this before, chess players and their what's it called? Their
superstitions.
Superstitions, thank you. Hikaru had a great day yesterday wearing the same shirt, is clearly superstitious. Not the first chess player to do something like this.
Yeah, chess players aren't known for doing their laundry during tournaments, and why change a winning recipe? And Hikaru with his lucky shirt. We see the ceremonial first move made by some local dignitaries on the Magnus Carlsen board, 1b4. I don't think Magnus is going to play that move. It is the orangutan opening. Magnus has played it before, however, so we'll see if that weird, wacky move is played on move 1. We should mention Magnus is on a drawing streak. He's drawn 5 games in a row, so he really needs to up the energy. You mentioned there, Lawrence, you can't just take your foot off the gas. You can't get stuck in a rut, as the move there is made on the top board of the women's section. And Hikaru Nakamura has a lot of respect for Rapport, of course, but Rapport on board 1 of the one of the top seeds on the Open, he is not known for being a blitz specialist. He barely plays online. I very rarely see him playing on Chess.com, for example. He's more known for longer time controls, and he's indicating that he wants to play 1e4 on move 1. Does that mean, Lawrence, that Magnus indicated 1b4 for his game? What a turn up for the books that would be.
Well, I mean, I would be pretty shocked if he does decide to play that move, because even that, I think he would prefer 1a4 over 1b4, to be brutally honest. I mean, b4 is, maybe it's an okay opening, but it's, I mean, for years, I thought there's been some pretty good antidotes to playing against 1b4. So I'm very curious, but here we go. And Rapport does indeed go for e4.
Yeah, we have started. It's the final day of the World Blitz Championship. Rapport opens with the Roy Lopez, the Spanish. These two have played each other plenty of times before over the board. Oh no, the fact that Rapport is thinking after the Berlin, that is a bad sign. We have seen quick draws between these two in the past, Lawrence. I was going to say it before the game. This is a well-known drawing line. Rapport, play for the win. What are you doing here? Knights are off the board. We see a set of trades. This is a well-known draw, and anti-climax, Lawrence. A quick handshake. It's over in a blink. That was a 30-second game at most. And good result for Hikaru, you'd have to say, with black against a strong player. But why Rapport? Why not take your opportunity with white against the leader? He really needed the win there, as you said beforehand. What are your thoughts? We'll go to the Magnus game.
I mean, shock, actually, to be honest. You know, I understand there's a lot of money up for grabs, but we're way too far away from thinking about the money prizes to make a draw like that. It's a great result for Hikaru because he's got black. He maintains his lead. He's effectively had a free game. He can go and rest. But no, I think this is a really poor decision from Rapport. The only justification is that he's not feeling well or there's something that's happened. But to just willingly make a draw, first round of the day, not even try and press with white in a blitz game? Come on. What's this?
And the chess gods do tend to punish those who take quick draws with white. So we'll see how Rapport gets on. Meanwhile, let's focus on Magnus Carlsen. He started the game with 1b3, something he's done a lot out there in Kazakhstan over the last few days. And Martirosyan has come prepared. Look at the clocks, first of all. Magnus is 1 minute down on the clock. He didn't arrive late this time, but he's already struggling there in terms of position. It looks very balanced. It looks like a successful opening for Martirosyan as black. Symmetrical pawn structure almost. Lots of pieces coming off the board. It doesn't look great for Magnus Carlsen, you've got to say. It looks like somehow there's just no initiative. Everything's just getting traded off. The knights have all disappeared from the board. It's purely a bishop type of position right now with a block center. It's hard to imagine anything too dramatic happening. There's one open file on the position that will be the E file. Lots of rooks will get traded off there later. Lawrence, could we see Magnus fall to a 6th draw in a row? That would be a hammer blow to his chances, surely, as he aims to try and catch up with Nakamura. He will have had one eye on the action as well. He will know Nakamura finished with a quick draw. This is his opportunity, but it doesn't look great. I'm going to say that now.
Well, I mean, how do you I understood Magnus playing b3 for a day, maybe 2. But when you give your opponent a whole night to prepare and find something, I think this is actually a very poor opening choice, especially because on move 4, if we go to move 4, Magnus played the unorthodox knight f3 here. The main line is to go bishop e5. But when you go knight f3, which is what he has done against Martirosyan, Martirosyan can literally force the action. And that's what he did, because after e4, you're pretty much forced to go knight d4. Knight e5 is also a move, but he would have calculated, done some work on that. And after knight d4, bishop c5, he's simply done enough work here. 20 minutes is sufficient to get a decent position. And if we look at the game, this is just 0 for Magnus. I mean, he is Magnus and he can conjure things up and he can make miracles happen. But I mean, what can we say about the position? It is equal material, pawn structures equal, minor pieces are equal. The bar does tend to like white, though.
Yeah, the bar liking white, I think liking what has happened over the last couple of moves. I'm a bit confused about why Martirosyan decided not to try and trade light squared bishops a few moves ago. If black can exchange one final set of pieces, then the pressure will all dissipate and equality will ensue. Okay, bishop a3 by Magnus. There is a threat on the board. White wants to take that black rook on f8. Queen takes f8 would win the exchange. So suddenly Martirosyan is realizing there is some pressure. This might be the Magnus effect. Let's not write him off too soon. Not the most inspiring opening by white, of course. Should be level. I think in a classical game, we would say this is just going to fizzle out. But it is blitz. And now Martirosyan, for the first time, lower on the clock than Magnus, under 1 minute. It feels like the nerves are kicking in. There's always pressure when you play Magnus Carlsen. There are always tricks on the board, always pitfalls to avoid. And Martirosyan playing very hesitantly there. He swaps a pair of rooks. But now look at Magnus. He's pushing his A-pawn. Is he about to win a pawn, Lawrence? It feels like Martirosyan has just completely lost control. It's still complicated. White's queen has the option of taking a pawn on b7. Magnus snaps that pawn off, but there will be consequences. And At least he's imbalanced things, Magnus Carlsen. At least for the first time in the game, the pawn structure is no longer fully symmetrical, and the white queen very active. White's got a nice home for the dark square, bishop 2. This one is turning in white's favor. Look at the board, look at the clock. But can he finish it off? It feels like from a completely equal position, he has been outplaying his opponent. And it's looking good for white now.
Something went wrong for Martirosyan around move 15, this queen b4 moment. I think queen d8 by Martirosyan, if we just go back here. He could have actually gone bishop c7 immediately, I believe. And the point is, if you take on b7, you can now play queen d6, protecting the bishop, threatening mate. And if mate is protected, let's say with a move like g3, suddenly you've got the move rook b8, and after queen a6, rook b6, and the queen is almost trapped. The queen has to come here, and then you run into moves like rook takes b3 with the undiscovered attack on the queen. So that was a key thing to do. Now, white is better, for sure. How critical it is, I'm not entirely sure, but he's only got 14 seconds. This is going to be a tough ask for Martirosyan, but very, very good blitz player. Let's see if he manages to hold here, but it's looking like he's creating more weaknesses. I don't like his chances now.
Yeah, he's really changed the pawn structure. Suddenly, black is facing some huge threats. We saw in the video there, the black queen came into the center. It was immediately kicked back by white's rook. Martirosyan has just lost two very important moves, and Magnus is turning the screw now, creating threats on every move, momentum all in his favor. Magnus, I think, has just won a pawn according to the video feed there that we do have. Martirosyan, it's just impossible to play with 10 seconds. He's a very good blitz player, but queen takes c8, beautiful tactic. If the black bishop recaptured the white queen, then black's queen also falls. White wins a rook in the process. Magnus finishing off in style, but yeah, it just fell apart. He spent too long on the clock. And like you said, as you pointed out there, Lawrence, one slip is all it takes against Magnus. And important win. He's only half a point behind Hikaru now as the chase continues. And let's try and see if there are other games going on. Magnus working his magic there.
Just to point out, Dubov Giri was also a draw, which is good news for Magnus as well. But I think we should go to the game. Raunak Sadhwani against Nepomniachtchi. Sadhwani with it looks around level. It looks very, very unbalanced to me. I mean, I'm looking at this position. I have absolutely no idea what's going on. Just could go any way here. I just now we have a rook ending, which also looks very unclear to me. Who would you take here? Black can potentially win the c pawn, but then white king is active.
Yeah, it's very complicated, Lawrence. I think I would take white, but now that pawn has reached e2, I'm not sure it's the same case anymore. We had a lot of pawns there. It did look like Nepomniachtchi was aiming for the win. Wow. Okay, do we have board one of the women's section still in play? It looks like we have cameras on them now. Alexandra Kostenyuk as black. She is checking that white king. It's pawn down, though, for her. So she needs to force a perpetual check. Yeah, it's definitely white with all the winning chances here. Gunina, you can see the nerves on her face, see the tension. What a game this is. If she wins with white, she's got to be the favorite now to take it home. Really nice move there by white. Knight f3. Look at that black queen caged in the corner. No more checks. Got to lose time rerouting her, and white is going to pick up more pawns. White's turn to start checking. We see a bunch of moves played there. White is 3 pawns up. This must be winning, Lawrence. Those 2 white pawns, the FG pawns, going to run through to promote.
Yeah, they are. Nothing much that Alexandra can do here. She has to pray for a knight fork, knight d6, knight to e4, something like that. She needs an absolute meltdown here by Gunina, but just pin the knight. Yeah, queen e6, g7, lovely. Get that queen away from all the forking squares. And this is g7. There's no checks. You're going to queen the pawn. I think that's it. I think, and Alexandra Kostenyuk resigns. Great win.
Yeah, she kept control when it mattered. Her nerves held strong. She really played well in that game. Gunina, great technique. And it looks like she will be in the lead. I don't know if we have a result on board 2 of the women's section, Lawrence. And here we do see Mamedyarov as white. We will check in on those results a bit later. Mamedyarov needs to win to catch up with that chasing pack. Banging the clock there. It does look like a completely equal endgame. And actually, I'd say completely equal. Maybe black has the better chances. Centralized queen, nice compact pawn structure. This one should be a draw with best play. Too many checks on the board. Look how quickly they're playing. 5 seconds for black. It does look like this one should fizzle out. Mamedyarov, his winning chances will be frustrated most likely. It looks like the live board as well. Black is a pawn up, if I'm not counting wrongly here. Bullying white with the threat of a queen exchange.
No, it's
Anyone's
equal pawns.
pressing it's black.
Oh, no, sorry,
I think Lawrence, black is a pawn up.
I beg your pardon, black is a pawn up. There has been a change.
Mamedyarov fighting for his life in that case, and this won't be a great result for him either way. Mamedyarov's opponent is a very strong young international master from Uzbekistan. Madaminov, rated, 400 points below Shakhriyar, exactly 400 points lower rated, but he's the one turning the screw, putting the pressure on.
Oh, and queen g4. He's going to win a second pawn, and this is bad news for Shak. Now this h-pawn's going to run. This could be a huge upset. You're just going to go h4, queen g3 check. That's it.
Yeah, straightforward victory now. Nothing for Shak to do. Checkmate is coming. All pawns are dropping, more importantly.
All pawns.
All the pawns are still a 2-pawn advantage.
Just h3. Now h3, surely. You can push.
h3 now. There are no stalemates. Seconds. White has a b-pawn. You don't have to worry about stalemate. Okay, queen b7 saves the day. Clever move. Black's king now safe from any checks marching up the board. He's walking in with his king.
He wants to go to g3. Checkmate. Yeah.
Yeah. He's getting in no matter what. Beautiful technique here by black. All you need to do is find a safe square for that black king now. Push the f-pawn, f4. Okay, gives a few more checks. Will his nerves hold, Lawrence? He should be winning this.
I think you can just go king g3 and f4.
Mm-hmm.
Just king g3. Queen b3 check and f3.
Queen g5 is just one check. Ooh. King moves.
Whoa.
Can he find a safe hiding place? You can see the nerves, though, visibly. 5 seconds left. He's got to choose a new square now. And white's pawn advancing. Suddenly, Lawrence is not so easy.
It's definitely not so easy.
Black must still be winning, but you have to choose the right checks. I don't think he's going to find it. I think he's panicking here.
Oh, he's
suddenly it's a 3-result game.
I like that, because if the queen now tries to aid that pawn home, you can play king g3 and win. This is a great move by the youngster. 4 seconds now for Shak.
He's got to move. He's got to move. He's got still a few more seconds. Okay, he gives a check. There are some stalemating ideas in the position here. You've got to be really careful where you put your king.
Okay, yeah, now he's threatening the pawn. This is great. Yeah, because now you can't protect the pawn and prevent mate. Well done. Well done to Madam.
I'm still not so sure. There are some checks. Queen c5 check, queen g3. You got to... okay, he does play queen g3. And Shak loses on time. He forgot about the clock. Too slow in the end there. He, just as we saw yesterday with Anish Giri, with Yu Yang Yi and a few other players, the clock factor.
What a result for the young player there.
Yeah, congrats to Madaminov. Very big upset there.
Yeah, huge upset. Looks as though...
Take a look at the playing ball now.
Yeah, it looks as though the majority of the games are coming to a close, or at least most of them. Let's have a look at the key results. Magnus Carlsen.
Lawrence, we still have more games. Sorry to interrupt there. Erigaisi, it looks like, in action against Turkish player Vahap Sanal. We saw a huge crowd in the playing hall, including Fabiano Caruana. It's rook versus knight. Theoretical draw, well-known draw. And we see the handshake just as black blunders the rook. Luckily, a rook blunder, not terminal. A knight on its own can't give checkmate. So, yeah, disappointing draw for both of them. They started behind their expectations, perhaps. Erigaisi not living up to his hopes for the tournament. So, as you mentioned earlier, Lawrence, looks like most of the results are in now. Most of the games have finished.
Indeedy. Looks as though they have. Let's go through the key results in the Open. Magnus Carlsen with that crucial win against Martirosyan. A disappointing anticlimactic draw in Rapport versus Nakamura. Dubov Giri was also a draw. Matlikov playing against Artemiev. Big win for Artemiev with the black pieces there. That puts him back in the mix. And we said Nepomniachtchi, if he managed to beat Sadwani, he also is right back in it. He's now won 7.5 out. He's got 7.5 out of his last 8. He's on 9.5, joining the likes of Rapport, Dubov, Giri. Fedoseev Musa was a draw. Duda beats Shimanov, and Andreikin beats Lazovic, meaning they get to 9. Kmar is also on 9, so a short distance behind, but really it's still all about those top few guys. Hikaru on 10.5, Magnus just half a point behind now on 10, and then the group of players on 9.5. That's going to be very interesting. And in the women's section, massive win for Gunina, beating Kosteniuk. Massive win for Shuvalova, beating Goryachkina. And Tan Zhongji beating Nana Zagnidze. Tan Zhongji only half a point behind, David. She is still very much on for the double.
Yep, that would be a huge result for the Chinese player if she's able to catch up. But those two leaders still ahead of the pack. And on that note, I think we will check in more on the standings in a moment. We'll check in on those pairings for the next round as well. Crucial games ahead. But in the meantime, let's take a break for a couple of minutes. Let's refresh and see you all soon.
Life is full of exciting events, but it is our first impressions that we remember best. Your first diploma, your first job in a big company, unforgettable emotions from the first date, the first expensive things you bought when you got your first paycheck, and your first investments with Freedom Broker. Freedom Broker. Look at your favorite brands from a new perspective.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Chess.com's coverage of the FIDE World Blitz Chess Championships. It's the final day. We've just seen round number 13 of 21 in the open section, and we've just seen round 10 of 17 in the women's section. An important round, first round of the day. Well, David, not so impressed by Rapport's decision, but Magnus Carlsen will certainly be happy with the way things went in that first round.
Yes, as you say, Lawrence, some huge developments in that first round on the board and on the standings. As you mentioned, Nakamura did get that quick draw against Rapport. Rapport with the white pieces taking a very negative decision to force a draw in the opening. That does mean that the gap has narrowed. Nakamura only has half a point lead over Magnus Carlsen, who did profit and did coast to victory in the end there against Martirosyan. Anish Giri, Artemiev, Dubov, Rapport, and Nepomniachtchi now all on 9.5. They are in the chasing pack. I think we will check out the pairings in a moment, but we will see that Rapport's reward for his quick draw is black against Magnus Carlsen. That's going to be a tough one, but fair play to Nepomniachtchi, especially. We mentioned earlier in the tournament, I think between rounds 3 and 5, he lost 3 games in a row. Now he is only 1 point off the lead. So Nepomniachtchi, there we see momentum is on his side. Watch out for him to continue the surge through the pack. And here we see the rest of the top players, the top performers in the World Blitz Championship. Still some big names who could play the spoiler role, who could still catch up feasibly, including there we see the likes of Fabiano Caruana. And some surprise names as well. Some very young players doing a job, impressing out there in Kazakhstan. Let's check out those matchups, Lawrence. It is Carlsen against Rapport on board 1. As we mentioned, this is what happens when you mess with the chess gods. When you take quick draws, you get black against the world number 1. Oh, that is going to be an uphill struggle. Nepomniachtchi gets his shot at the leader. Nepomniachtchi Nakamura, another monster clash there. Predictions, Lawrence, I've got to ask.
Well, predictions are in line with what the chess gods want. I think, unfortunately for Ricard Rapport, this is a terrible spot, and you're facing a very hungry Magnus Carlsen. And unfortunately for Rapport, I don't feel the hunger. When you make a quick draw like that against Hikaru, sure, Hikaru is a great blitz player. Sure, it's the first round. You're not going to get that chance against Magnus Carlsen. Magnus understands. He's been given the double white, which is already unbelievable for him. So he can really press. And yeah, I don't like Rapport's chances at all. So very bullish on Magnus. And as for Hikaru, well, what do you think about this one, David? What do you think? Mm-hmm. He's got white now.
Hikaru has black.
He has black. I beg your pardon. I thought he had white as well. Sorry, he has black.
Yeah, so we see him arrive early. Yeah, very early yet again, Hikaru in his lucky shirt. He's got a double black, which means he might well get a double white later in the tournament. So for Hikaru, a draw in this one is not necessarily a bad result. He'll still at least be in the joint lead. But it's all about momentum, as we highlighted at the beginning of the show. And momentum-wise, you don't want to slow down too much. We saw Carlsen, as soon as he started drawing yesterday, got bogged down, 5 draws in a row. And Nakamura will want to get back to winning ways. But he's against the informed player at the moment, Jan Nepomniachtchi, future World Championship challenger in the classical format. And Jan, he has scored, as you mentioned, I think 7.5 out of his last 8 games. That is a huge streak, very impressive run. And Nepomniachtchi is especially dangerous with the white pieces. His opening repertoire through preparation for the World Championship is now bulletproof almost. Nepomniachtchi often getting huge advantages, significant advantages with white even against the top guys in the world. So this one is not going to be an easy pairing. I think we'll be focusing a lot of our attention here to see whether the leader can maintain his place. In the playing hall, meanwhile, a lot of the players just still hanging out. We see Jabava there having a laugh with Fedoseev. And yeah, those two climbing the table. Fedoseev also doing very well. Artemiev, who's only 1 point back. We see there in picture. Very distinctive look. Lawrence. We'll be focusing on the top two boards at least, but things are opening up. We mentioned that in the women's section, it was a very kind of tight pack at the top of the table. And now in the open section, very much the same. Let's check out those standings for the women, Lawrence.
Yeah, let's do that. Because what we have is we have Gunina and Shuvalova on 8.5. Both of these ladies showing tremendous form. Remember, that's 8.5 out of 10. Unbelievable score. But Tan Zhongji, we cannot sleep on her because she has been tremendous throughout. She has just not really shown any dip in form, either in the rapid or in the blitz, well within striking range. And I expect Tan Zhongji to cause real problems to these two. Bit of a gap after that, a whole point where we see a massive group of players on 7 points, including Bibisara Asubueva, last year's champion for it was rapid, wasn't it, that she won, not the blitz?
It was the blitz.
Oh no, she won the blitz. I beg your pardon. She won the blitz and came second in the rapid. Excuse me. So, and she has been upfloated all the way because Gunina has played pretty much everybody around the top boards. So she plays Gunina. Massive, massive game for Asubueva. If she manages to win this, it blows open things. And people are going to be hoping that Lele Yavakashvili, the talented, experienced Georgian grandmaster, she's going to be able to hold off Shuvalova. Not so keen on Yevakashvili with black in that spot, but Aspaeva on her day, in her moment, she can do anything. That's going to be a really interesting game to keep an eye on.
Yep, we will keep an eye on all of those results as they trickle in from the women's section, of course, but I think we're going to have to focus on Nepomniachtchi against Hikaru Nakamura. I don't think we'll see a quick draw in this game. Nepomniachtchi will not want to end his hot streak with a timid draw. He's going to go at Hikaru. He's going to be taking risks, especially with the white pieces. There we see the chess bras, Aman Hambleton, Eric Hansen, joined by Ariane Tari, sharing a laugh in the middle of the playing hall. I don't know how they always seem to find themselves on the camera. I don't know if it's coincidence, but those chess bras, yeah, looking very relaxed. And Hikaru Nakamura waiting for the games to start. I like the fact that Hikaru is sitting at the board early. I think it's good in terms of getting in the right mindset. He wants to still stay focused as much as possible. He knows he's got Magnus breathing down his neck, but uphill struggle potentially against Nepomniachtchi, at least in the early stages of the game. Will Hikaru's solid black opening repertoire hold up? Hikaru is very solid with black, we've got to say. He's much more ambitious with white. He's happy to freestyle a bit more with the white pieces. Jan, I'm expecting him to use that World Championship opening repertoire. 1e4, just go very direct, very testing in terms of the opening phase. But okay, Lawrence, I do believe that Magnus is a big favorite against Rapport, who we see walking in the background there. If Magnus does get that win, the second win of the day, surely Hikaru is going to start feeling nervous. Lawrence, I'm not sure I can hear you right now. But meanwhile, we're still in the playing hall.
Let me do that again. Sorry, I was just about to say it would be a catastrophe for Hikaru if Magnus managed to catch him up just within 2 games. It's not what he wanted at all. He's relying on some of the other guys to actually stand up, but he'll be looking at the pairing and not feeling overly excited about Rapport with the black pieces. We'll see. Can Magnus finally, fall at a hurdle? Is it somebody like Richard Rapport? Is he the sort of guy to cause the upset. On one hand, he is, right? On one hand, this is the guy that can magic his way and do the unexpected. I personally don't believe he has the hunger that Magnus has, though, and that's my problem.
He has beaten Magnus before, Rapport. I remember a very nice game in classical chess where he took down Magnus a few years back in Vaikanze. But on the whole, Magnus has the upper hand in their head-to-head scores. And as we mentioned, Rapport with Black, he's a good player, of course. He's one of the world's top. He's capable of anything. But Magnus with White, you've got to back him. And will Rapport be punished for taking that quick draw? You've got to say, taking a quick draw in the first game of the day means you're not fully warmed up yet either. Magnus is clearly feeling warmed up after his very, very kind of sharp finish against Martirosyan in the first game of the day. Here we see the handshake. So will a fresh Magnus be able to take down Rapport, who hasn't really played too much chess so far today? We will focus, I think, Lawrence, on the Nepo against Naka clash on the second board. Remember, Magnus is fixed on board one, but Naka the leader right now.
Yep, absolutely. I think Nepo Naka is a great game to focus on. Obviously, massive spot for Nepomniachtchi as well. If Nepomniachtchi manages to win this particular game, okay, that suddenly throws a whole new dynamic into this tournament. Suddenly, Nepomniachtchi becomes one of the big favorites. He's got White. He's got 7.5 out of his last 8. A lot of people will be saying, why not? He's got all the momentum on his side. Let's see. And he's gonna decline Lawrence, this Berlin. Go on.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's a sigh of relief for all of us. We're not going into that forced draw variation of the Berlin defense. It's an anti-Berlin, as they say, not allowing the Berlin endgame with an early queen trade. This shows a lot of ambition by Nepomniachtchi, and he's used this variation with success already. I think in the rapid portion of the tournament out there in Kazakhstan, he attacks Black's bishop, which retreats. Hikaru Nakamura, though, the most experienced player in the world on the Black side of this pawn structure. Hikaru, when he's feeling ambitious, often tries to castle queenside and launch an attack against the White King. But meanwhile, this is still very well-known opening theory. I'm expecting Black's knight now to drop back. Or for this capture to happen, we see a trade of Black's bishop for the White knight. I've had this position myself, I believe, against Vachier-Lagrave a few years ago, and I suffered as Black. Black's bishop looks nice and pretty, but it's not the strongest piece. It will later find itself caught by some pawns potentially. So a nice, solid game. This one is going to be a long maneuvering position, right? This one is going to come down to who understands the strategic elements better.
But this is exactly what Nepomniachtchi, I think, should try to aim for against Hikaru. Ever so slightly better, but slightly, strategically speaking. And keep the game running for as long as possible and try and find an opportunity if it presents itself. Of course, Hikaru still big favorite to not lose a position like this, but certainly lots of play left. So I'm curious how this one will play out.
Yeah, and the reason that myself, Lawrence, say that White is strategically better, at least symbolically, is because White's bishop is on the dark squares. And if you look at the central pawn structure, Black's bishop potentially will get locked in behind its own pawns on those dark squares. In terms of pawn structure, both sides have a set of doubled pawns, but White has one pawn island. All of the White pawns protect each other, whereas Black's pawns are split in two. There's definitely a divide in the center there. These are very much long-term factors which don't really play a part in the dynamics and the tactics of the position, which might well decide this blitz game, which often decides blitz games. But it's certainly easy for Nepomniachtchi to find a plan. White's going to put the queen on e2. White's going to bring his rooks to the center. And we will see if Nakamura can find a productive plan of his own for Black. I'm expecting him to double up rooks on the d file and to just sit and say, okay, you can't make any more progress. That tends to be Black's most common idea in this type of position. He pushes c5, however. He's pushing a pawn forward. And there we go, challenging White's pawn edifice, trying to remove his own set of double pawns, trying to trade off White's set of double pawns. Interesting decision. Committal. Long term, again, not necessarily the move you want to play, but Nakamura wants the energy. He wants to pose direct questions to Nepomniachtchi. And on the clock, that seems to be paying off. He's 30 seconds ahead as black here, Nakamura. Like we said yesterday, Lawrence, we never see Nakamura behind on the clock. That's how he wins most of his blitz games.
Yeah, indeed. And I think this position is just fine for him now. BC5.
The black knight could capture here, putting some pressure on some pawns. White's pawn on d3 especially tender. Yeah, looking very healthy here for Nakamura. And wow, Lawrence, huge decision there. Looks like Nakamura agreed to a draw. Nepomniachtchi offered a draw after capturing on c5. And wow, Nakamura says yes. It just looked like he was starting to turn things around. Knight takes c5, and black would have had a very healthy position. But in the meantime, we'll unravel that decision later. Let's go to Magnus against Rapport. Look at the position here on the board. Looks messy. How packed is that board? And we've only seen a trade of one set of minor pieces, I believe. It's just a pure mess. And it does look like it stemmed from a French defense. And we've joined at a crucial moment. Magnus blows open the center by sacrificing a piece. Knight takes pawn. He's giving up a knight on the d5 square. He's trying to open up those two white bishops. Look at them poised towards the black king. Rapport calls bluff. He's saying, okay, come at me. I'm a piece up. Lawrence, this one could go either way. This is so much more kind of topsy-turvy, double-edged than the previous game.
This is really amazing. I mean, Magnus going for this very speculative piece sacrifice, but I don't know whether I believe it, you know. Knight takes c3 now for black. Where is the compensation? If I just take this pawn, or if I bring the queen into f5, protect a few pawns, threaten this pawn. This is a bluff. This is a bluff. Rook b4? What am I watching?
Magnus rolling the dice here. Magnus Carlsen, he's giving up even more material. He's landed a check, but it has come at the cost of a white rook. So he's guaranteed to be a piece down. Okay, he's still got this very strong f7 pawn, Magnus Carlsen. He's now dropped his queen back, attacking this black bishop on the edge of the board. Ooh, Rapport's living life on the edge with this king on a6. But if he survives, he's just a piece up. Lawrence, I think you're right to be skeptical about White's chances. You're running out of ammunition. You're a whole rook down right now. The white rook can't really join the battle. The knight
bishop e4, class move. Class move.
We're going to see Magnus take the win. Surely now.
Just got to be careful of... There's some perpetual check. Queen b5, queen d7, and queen takes... Is there some perpetual that we're missing, or what is this?
I'm not so sure. Black's queen can slide into e4, give a check, grab white's rook in the corner, and you still protect along the diagonal. I think you can get away with this. Be greedy. Magnus is now down 2 rooks for just 1 bishop, and he's attacking with pawns. Desperation. Is it good enough, though? Wow, a5. Huge threat of a6. Black is playing without the queen temporarily. Look at that white king out in the open. This is just a crazy game. Black, you would think, must be winning, but the evaluation bar says no. Says it is a draw. Magnus giving piece odds, as said there by Not Chicken Man in the feature chat. I mean, it's more than just a piece here. It's 2 rooks. But Magnus has a queen. Magnus has a bishop. And White's king is safe from checks. What a concept this is.
Rook d8.
But now Magnus is going to promote to a new queen. He's going to deflect away the black rooks. Giving up his valuable f7 pawn, and he's sliding in. Checkmate threatened, Lawrence.
But there's a rook takes f4. There's a rook takes f4. I think Magnus has missed this.
No, I don't think Magnus has missed this. He had to allow this. Now it's going to end in perpetual check.
Why is it perpetual check? I take a bunch of pawns. I don't believe
Black's queen. Is the black queen getting back in time? Checkmate is threatened. Magnus has queen b7 on tap. Can Rapport find more than a draw? His evaluation bar has reacted.
Is there a g5 check somewhere that's gonna some sort of check, or
maybe we'll try and pull up what the computer says, because from a human point of view, it's very important to see. G5
and there's an h5. There's an h5,
and that's back.
The king has to hide in behind. No, it's over. King g. Oh my goodness! It's all over.
You're right, Lawrence. Look at Magnus. He's taken his king off the board. It's that bad right now, his position. I think you're right. Rapport has found a way. The queen is going to snake her way back using checks. She's about to give a check, I think, from the h4 square. Is that right? The queen needs to capture on f4, the black queen, in order to get back.
Queen g4 check, surely. Queen g4, just trade the queens.
Got to calculate, though. White has some pawns. It's not over.
Ah, yeah, you
Lawrence,
got two pawns. Goodness.
He's played it. He's played it.
Probably is.
It's a race. Black is surely ahead in the race here, though.
Brilliant, Richard Rapport.
He's got to promote to a new queen. Both sides will make a new queen at the same time, but black promotes first, and black will give a bunch of checks. This should be over. Magnus makes a new queen of his own, but now some accurate checks. Queen g1, slide it across.
Yep.
Got to be winning. Surely now. But never say never. Lawrence, Magnus, still fighting, still alive.
Incredible game. Favorite game so far of the tournament.
Yeah, so topsy-turvy, so much to unpack. I wish we could have spent hours analyzing this game, but it does look like Rapport is going to take the win. All black needs to do is bring the queen back. He's doing that zigzag motion, getting the queen back slowly but surely.
Now move like queen e6 check, yes. Or c3, he's just covering everything. Beautiful stuff by Rapport. Queen f7. You've got to be careful of the mate. There's still queen b7 check.
White's king can hide from the checks. Queen b7 is coming. Rapport, is he getting nervous? Magnus down to 2 seconds there with his last move. Oh, Rapport. He's blundered.
Oh no,
he's blundered.
Queen.
Magnus has made a new queen, and now if queen takes g8, queen b7, it's a huge turnaround.
Oh my goodness me.
He got nervous there. He botched it, and now Magnus is the one with the extra queen and the checkmating threats. What a game. White's king has lived a charmed life, surviving this far, if it survives till the end. Wow, Magnus is going to take the win. Black's queen coming back now. What a move by Magnus Carlsen, a back rank checkmate, giving up one of his queens. He's won. And look at Magnus's face on the camera. He knows he's got away with murder in that game, Lawrence.
That is one of the craziest games I've ever seen at a World Blitz Championship. Magnus Carlsen, dead to rights. He was toast. It was forced mate for Richard Rapport. And Magnus comes with just an incredible resource. And Richard missing this shot at the end with Magnus making a new queen, pinning the queen and therefore forcing Richard to accept the material deficit. I mean, that is one of the games of the tournament, surely. That was Lawrence, just insane.
I think we have to put this on the board. Let's show that moment where Rapport blundered, allowing this really tricky tactic from Magnus Carlsen. It was here, or maybe a couple of moves before, that he'd already let it slip. But let's show queen e8 here, the mistake by Rapport. Yeah, Rapport had safer ways to win the game, of course. He's still winning this
For example, here the move rook c6 check was a fairly simple win, because after king f5, queen f2, and you just collect the queen. Fairly simple stuff. Rapport went with the checks, which is the natural human thing to do. But already around here, things are tricky again. White threatening the mate and threatening to make a queen. And it was here where Rapport played this horrific move. Queen e8 looks like it wins because feels like you forced a trade of queens. But now, after g8 queen, all of a sudden, you protect the queen. So if queen takes queen, queen takes queen is just an easy win. And if you take the queen off here, you deflect away from the pin, which Rapport was relying on. All of a sudden it's mate. What a swindle, and what a change in momentum. I mean, that has just got such tremendous implications for the tournament. Instead of Hikaru being out in front alone, and Magnus being, what would it be, a point and a half? No, he would be a point behind. Now Magnus has clawed his way back, and Hikaru will be fuming watching that result. Unbelievable stuff.
I've got to say, Lawrence, as well, we mentioned it beforehand when Rapport took a quick draw with White against Nakamura. We talked about the chess gods, how the chess gods tend to punish you if you take negative decisions with white. And the next game, he gets black against Magnus, completely winning, and it slips away. We could blame bad luck, but is it karma? Reports, so close, one move away, but not finishing it off. And Magnus taking his chances when they came. We had to focus on that game. It was too dramatic. Maybe we can just mention some of the other results that did come in as that drama unfolded.
Some massive results. Artemiev beats Dubov to launch him within striking distance on 10.5. Giri also with a massive result, beating Andraking with white. That means that Carlsen and Nakamura are on 11 points. Giri, Artemiev are on 10.5. And some names that perhaps we're not so familiar with. Remember that kid that beat Mamedurov? Well, he's now beaten Fedoseev to boot. So we've got Madaminov, who has just beaten Bluebam, Mamedurov, and Fedoseev in a row. He's suddenly on 10 points. Nepomniachtchi is on 10 points. Kmart 10 points. And Jules Moussard also on 10 points, just a point back. So they are still within it. And I should say, if we look at the women's section, we didn't have a chance because that game was just so crazy. Asubayeva has done it. She has ended the streak of Valentina Gunina. The reigning women's Blitz world champion has beaten Valentina. Yavakashvili also held Shuvalova, meaning suddenly that tournament is also wide open. Shuvalova on 9, Gunina on 8.5, and then a pack of players on 8. Should be pointed out that Tan Zhongji has lost a game for the first time in what seems like a long time to Harika. So that means that Harika allows the rest of the field to peg back there. Absolutely unbelievable stuff. And that tournament wide open.
Yeah, I think we need to catch our breath after all of that, Lawrence. There's still 7 rounds left of the Open Blitz World Championship and 6 rounds left in the women's. So we'll see more twists and turns ahead. That is guaranteed. But Carlsen has caught up with Nakamura, and we will be back in a few minutes to unpack all the drama, all the action.
Life is full of exciting events, but it is our first impressions that we remember best. Your first diploma, your first job in a big company, unforgettable emotions from the first date, the first expensive things you bought when you got your first paycheck, and your first investments with Freedom Broker. Freedom Broker. Look at your favorite brands from a new perspective.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the final day of this year's World Blitz Chess Championships. From Kazakhstan, we've just seen an unbelievable round of chess. The game between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Hikaru Nakamura ended very peacefully, very quickly. Jan Nepomniachtchi deciding not to go for it. It was all eyes on Magnus Carlsen against Richard Rapport, and my goodness, what a game. Looked as though Rapport was just completely winning. And Magnus, well, Anish Giri has been quoted as calling Magnus a magician, and with reason. If we look at the following position on the board, David, if we look here, we can see Black has got 2 rooks and a queen versus queen and bishop, but the Black king in some kind of trouble, some kind of mating net. If the queen ever gets here, Black is going to be toast. Now, the move that Magnus actually chose in the game was a losing one, but perhaps we can show our viewers an incredible moment here where Magnus actually could have won the game.
Yeah, and for those who were watching this game live with us, you could sense the adrenaline for the 2 players. You could sense just how quickly they were trying to calculate, how energetically they were both playing. But the winning move here, Lawrence, was just to take a timeout, to take a breather. And it's so counterintuitive. F3, blocking the Black queen's diagonal, blocking its contact with the D5 square, and miraculously, the White king is safe. There's no way to break through to that White king. Just to show a variation, if Black plays G6, for example, setting up a checkmate threat, a queen takes H5, and White just captures on G6. And after H5, the king sits happily, nice and pretty on G5. Maybe F5, but maybe G5 is a safer square. And either way, there is a threat, no matter what Black does, of playing the move Magnus actually chose in the game, F8 queen. Let's say Black pushes a pawn, H4, then White makes a new queen with F8, deflecting away this rook on D8, and that checkmating pattern does arise on the board, checkmating along the diagonals. And Magnus missed this, which is fully understandable. We can't blame him. F3 is such a difficult move, but he promoted first the wrong order because, as we saw in the game, Lawrence, suddenly rook takes F4 was allowed, and this series of checks should have been winning for Black. We were both calling that Rapport was on the brink of victory, just 1 or 2 moves away. Yet there was another turnaround, Lawrence.
Yeah, he found this great move G5, which is necessary. This is all correct. This is correct. King F3, this is correct. This is correct. And then he traded queens, which is also correct. It's not the end of the game, though, because here it looks as though, wow, Black's got an extra rook. But these 2 pawns are very fast. B5 was correct by Rapport, and he understood he has to create his own queen quickly before these 2 pawns march down. Now it's a race who creates the queen first. This is what we got. And Rapport with the extra rook before White can queen his own pawn should be winning. C3 was fine. This is all still fine. And this is the moment here where Rapport starts to go wrong, because it's in this position, believe it or not, this position here, you can see by the bar, is actually a draw. There's now no decent way to prevent mate and the promotion of this pawn. Instead, all Rapport had to do was play the move rook c6 check, forcing king f5 only move, and then queen f2 check, skewering the king and queen. The king moves out of the way, you win the queen, and Magnus would have resigned. Missed opportunity there by Rapport. But it's not only just that he ended up losing this game. It's the fact that Magnus won it. You know, from being dead lost to winning, that is a 2-point full swing. And of course, with that win, it means he ties things up with Hikaru Nakamura at the top. And suddenly we have a really tense event.
Yeah, what a game, Lawrence. I think maybe the most dramatic game I've seen throughout the history of the World Blitz Championship. 5 different queens appeared on the board during that game. And on that note, we do see the standings, and it is really getting tight now. And Magnus Carlsen has indeed caught up with Hikaru Nakamura. They sit nice and pretty out there on the lead on 11 points after 14 games. Anish Giri and Daniel Dubov only half a point behind, within striking distance. I think we'll see more big pairings there. Jan-Krzysztof Duda, Vladimir Fedoseev, Haik Martirosyan winning after his setback against Magnus at the beginning of the day, and Jan Nepomniachtchi, they are all chasing as well. Yeah, anything could happen at this point. I think our prediction game, we could just throw it out the window, because we'll see so many more twists and turns. I think we'll see players take even more risks, as both Carlsen and Rapport did in that game, because these are the crunch rounds. These are the money rounds. And no matchups yet. Let's check out the standings in the women's section, Lawrence.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, in the women's section, we don't yet have a pure update, but we will. I will just mention that there is a clear leader in the form of Polina Shuvolova, who is half a point clear of Gunina after Gunina's loss against Asubayeva, the reigning women's blitz world champion. And then there's a bunch of players on 8 out of 11. So it's Shuvalova on 9, Gunina 8.5, and then Harika, Tanjongji, Goryachkina, Asubayeva, and Sarah Kadam also starting to sneak into the mix with 8 out of 11. Great tournament there as well. We're going to be covering both. You can see the playing hall there, old and young alike. Enjoying the atmosphere, enjoying the spectacle. And what a spectacle it is. Great tournament. Just a fantastic, camaraderie amongst the players as well. You love to see that there is that social side. You get to catch up with people. You get to enjoy being in the presence of greatness. Some of the best players in the world. In Kazakhstan, a lot of local fans as well, watching the action. A lot of local players. If we think about what just happened in the women's section, for example, Kazakhstan still has a shot at having another world champion this year. Should be pointed out that I cannot see for the life of me where Janzai Abdulmalik is. I've had to scroll right the way down. She's had a catastrophic blitz event. She's on 50%, which is absolutely no good for her. So all the hopes lying with the current World Blitz champion, Bibisara Asubayeva. She still has a chance.
Yeah, you're right, Lawrence. Kazakhstan do have a silver medal from the World Rapid Championship, the Women's World Rapid Championship, but they will be looking to go one better in the Blitz. And meanwhile, we do have the matchups. They've just come through, and we've seen nothing yet, because Nepomniachtchi against Carlsen, yet another game that promises drama, that promises a potential upset. It's not going to be easy there for Carlsen. Nakamura faces Artemiev, one of the best players in the World Rapid tournament. Artemiev, he's got to play the spoiler role now. Can he take down Nakamura, who hasn't won today yet? He's on a roll of 2 draws so far. And of that kind of top bunch there, Dubov faces Martirosyan. Harikrishna faces Giri. Interesting clash there between 2 very good friends. And Fedoseev against Duda. Predictions, Lawrence, especially Nepomniachtchi against Carlsen, a rematch of the 2021 World Championship.
Tough one to say. Nepomniachtchi with white. Looks as though the chess gods are smiling upon Magnus Carlsen, though, and when they start to smile upon him, normally they don't turn that smile upside down. I'm going to go with a Carlsen non-loss. So I'm going with a draw or a win for Magnus. Too much is going his way. The quick draws in Nakamura's game, the fact that he won a really boring, plain position against Martirosyan, the fact that he turned that losing position around, all the chips are falling for Magnus Carlsen. Just can't bet against him. Nakamura against Artemiev. I think this is a bad pairing for Artemiev in general. I think Nakamura's got quite a decent score against him. And I think it's a good pairing for Dubov as well, just to stay relevant. As is for Giri. I think Giri will be happy to be black against Harry, who is somebody we've not really featured at all. And then we'll see the rest of the games.
We also have the standings for the women's tournament. Polina Shuvalova, thanks to her draw in the last round, has established a sole lead after Valentina Gunina dropped points. And Gunina still outright second, but players are closing in. We see Harika, Tanzongyi, Golyachkina, the current Blitz World Champion, Bibisara Asuabayeva, and as you mentioned a bit earlier, Lawrence, Sarah Kadamel Sharia. And there's been a lot of talk about her recently. She's just moved to Spain, I'm hearing. I read yesterday. And we won't get into any politics here, but she has been making statements throughout the tournament. And she's a very popular player, a very strong player. She's had an up and down rapid tournament, but now in the Blitz, she is on a streak. She's been winning a bunch of games, and don't write her off. Anyone here in the top 10 still capable of taking the title, still a long way to go with 6 rounds left. And we do see the pairings, as you mentioned earlier. Shuvalova against Asuabayeva. Big game, Lawrence.
Massive game. Massive game. Absolutely necessary for Asuabayeva not to lose. I think if Asuabayeva loses this one, Shuvalova is just suddenly huge favourite to take down the tournament, because I fear for Gunina. Sara Kadam is a really, really decent player with the white pieces. And I think she's actually, in a bit of a stride at the moment, Sara Kadam. So I think a lot of players are banking on Bibi Sara not to lose, to make sure the tournament remains competitive. On the screen, though, we see this already very familiar matchup. Nepomniachtchi, white against Magnus Carlsen. Is Nepomniachtchi going to upset the balance? It's been all Magnus Carlsen so far. He's had luck. He's had the run of the draw. He's just had everything going his way at the start of today. Let's watch and find out.
Yeah, here we go, Lawrence. Will Nepomniachtchi repeat the opening that we saw him choose against Hikaru Nakamura? It's another Berlin wall, a Berlin defense. Nepomniachtchi says, no, it's another anti-Berlin. And still, this is completely identical to that earlier game. Magnus, was he watching? Does he know how Nakamura diffused White's opening choice here? In that game, Nakamura retreated the bishop back to b6. Here, Magnus chooses a different move, bishop back to d6. Also a theoretical idea, still very well-known stuff, but it has caused Nepomniachtchi to pause for the first time in the game. I'm expecting him to castle. There we go. And which way will Magnus Carlsen castle? I think that will show a lot about his intentions. If Magnus moves his queen right now and tries to castle on the queen side, then we will see blood. We will see Magnus go all out. It's very risky, however, to put your king on the opposite flank to your opponent. If we see Magnus just take a time out and castle kingside, mirror his opponent, then we'll see a slower, calmer type of position. So key moment in terms of the type of position we'll see, but Magnus is costing him a lot of time. He needs to make that stylistic decision, and he needs to make it quickly. Nepomniachtchi, are you disappointed that he offered a draw to Nakamura in the previous round? It felt like that was his shot. He's getting another chance now, Lawrence.
Well, maybe there wasn't that much in the positions. It's not the worst draw offer I've ever seen. I think what Rapport did against Nakamura in round 1 is just unforgivable in a Blitz tournament. In a classical tournament, sure. If it's a position where Rapport is locking up a prize short with 9 rounds to go, how can you force a draw like this with the white pieces? You've got to be optimistic. So we'll see whether that early draw offer by Nepo backfires. But I like his position, knight a5. I mean, queen c8, and now you play b3. You put the bishop on b2. Isn't this what you desire in these sorts of positions?
Yeah, it's exactly what the doctor ordered. If you want a flexible position and some winning chances as white. Magnus castles. Magnus needs to unravel his pieces, untangle very quickly. There will be pressure, as you mentioned there, Lawrence, on black's e5 pawn. White's knight jumps back now towards the center. and Magnus retreats. The one positive behind Black's position is the bishop pair, but Nepomniachtchi says, nope, you're not having that any longer. I'm going to trade off pieces. I'm going to get rid of your light squared bishop, and Magnus is forced to part with it. And we will see now whether Black's dark squared bishop becomes an issue. Black's dark squared bishop looks like a big pawn right now. You've got to say stuck behind its own pawn chain. And it's all about the knights. Can they maneuver to better squares? It's very, very blocked, but that should only favor white with the superior minor pieces right now. I'm just looking at one bad piece here for Black, Lawrence, and I think that might well be a long-term deciding factor.
Yes, but on the other hand, what is white supposed to do here? It's not totally clear to me where his levers are. I think Magnus, he decides to go f5, which I'm really surprised about, actually. This is a pretty impulsive decision. By the way, Magnus a full minute behind on the clock as well, which is relevant because Nepomniachtchi is a very fast player. I hate f5 as a move. Just don't understand why, for example, in this position after knight f3, why he didn't play what I think he was going to play knight b8, rerouting it to c6 and staying solid. Now he has this awful e-pawn. I don't actually get the move at all. I think this is a really, really poor practical decision by Magnus. And I'm now suddenly very, very excited about Jan's chances. He's a minute and a half up on the clock, better position. This is a dream situation.
Yeah, I think that's an understatement, Lawrence. This is more than a dream for white right now. Like you said, the clock could be a huge factor. It's going to play a role in the next phase of the game. Magnus now down to around 30 seconds. He's, again, giving his opponent time odds, and there are already threats on the board against Black's isolated e-pawn. If white ever lands with a knight in front of it on the e4 square as well, then things will look very bad for Black. I think a moment ago, over Nepo's shoulder, we saw that Harikrishna and Giri have finished. Maybe we can find a result there. But meanwhile, we see a bit of maneuvering from both sides. Magnus has at least stabilized Black's queen and rook on the f-file. Make a nice impression, but Nepomniachtchi is going around now with that white knight to its dream outpost on e4. And still an uphill struggle. Black, yeah, he just has one bad piece, that dark square bishop. And Nepomniachtchi will play against it long term. Maybe Magnus has avoided the worst. He's avoided any immediate knockouts, immediate blows, but still long-term suffering here on the board and the clock. Can Nepo capitalize? What's he doing here? He's retreating all of his pieces to the back rank, Nepomniachtchi. He's not setting up for the next game. He's just trying to get his queen out the way. Maybe he'll try and stack up his rooks. But Magnus is the king of maneuvering. And Black's knight now retreating to f8, which I don't hate. The knight is coming around to e6, and from there, maybe fresher pastures. But Nepomniachtchi, this is what happens when you have a better pawn structure. Your pieces automatically find nice outposts. And retreating the knight, hitting Black's rook. I love what Nepo
10 seconds only for Magnus Carlsen. He has to play almost instantaneously.
Yeah, it's bullet chess. You have to pre-move pretty much here. And where's the Black Queen going to hide? I think Nepo has the chance to force a draw if he wants to repeat moves, but he should definitely steer clear of that option. He can keep harassing the Black Queen with his knight and nowhere to run. Look at this from Nepo, though. He brings his bishop out, saying, yes, you can trade off this bishop for your knight, but then we'll see a good knight against bad bishop scenario. White's knight on e4 will dominate. So Magnus avoids any exchanges. 6 seconds, Lawrence. Surely that's going to decide this game. How can Magnus avoid any blunders with only 6 seconds?
I mean, I would be shocked if Nepo doesn't press here. He doesn't have to do anything too crazy. He can play a bit calm. Don't blunder anything. That's the key. Maybe play a move like h4. Just support some of your pieces. I think h4 is screaming out to be played.
H4 contains a hidden threat as well, Lawrence, to trap the Black Queen. I love it. H4, maybe we can just show that with some arrows. Okay, he doesn't play that immediately. He hits that Black Queen, which has only one safe square. There's a potential discovered attack against her right now. Look at the G-file as well. All squares on the G-file are occupied by pawns or pieces, a very rare formation. But Nepo repeating the position. Magnus, you got to move 4 seconds.
No.
Okay, second time we've seen this position now. Surely Nepo won't repeat yet again.
You can't repeat here as Nepomniachtchi. You cannot. If you want to be world champion, these are the spots you've got to take. You cannot be tame here. No, don't do it.
30 seconds. He goes for the win, though.
Okay. Good.
And okay, he's forced a favorable exchange. We do see that good knight against bad bishop scenario now. White's knight can never, ever be removed from the e4 square. And black's bishop, just a problem piece, a terrible piece. But Magnus has activated slightly. He's forced a set of rooks off the board, improving his own pawn structure. Lawrence, black's e-pawn, the previous isolated e-pawn, no longer. It's turned into a slightly healthier f-pawn now. But still, the problem of the bishop against the knight in practical terms, still, you've got to favor white, right?
This is a dream for white. Rook e1, king f1 will be played. Protecting the rook, allowing discoveries. Yes, this is the correct way. 1 second. He's going to lose on time. He lost on time.
Magnus Carlsen.
Wow.
He flagged. We said that might decide the game, and it literally did. The clock. Tough position, you've got to say, for Magnus Carlsen. Nepo was the favorite on the board, but huge result for the standings. Let's go to Hikaru Nakamura, who's still in play. 12 seconds against 5.
He's also in trouble, Hikaru Nakamura. He's much worse against Artemiev with the black pieces. This is an incredible... He's 2 pawns down. He's dead lost, objectively. And he's getting mated. No, he's not. He's surviving.
Where is the checkmate? That white king surely won't survive. And it's running. White's king has run away, running for the hills. Hikaru Nakamura blocks, but another pawn is falling with a check. You can trade off the queens. Why didn't he swap the queens off there?
It's all right. He can do here.
Yeah.
It's all over.
Artemiev's going to take the win. And Nakamura offers his hand, resigns. Wow, Lawrence, what a result.
Wow. What a round on the top 2 boards there, just to keep everybody up to date in the women's section. We didn't have a chance, but Asubayeva unable to stop the train that is Polina Shuvalova. And Sarah Kadam, I said it was a bad game potentially for Valentina Gunina. Sarah Kadam beats Valentina Gunina. So Shuvalova, a full point clear now. Is Sarah Kadam going to come from behind and do the unexpected? Let's see if there are any more games for us to check out in the open section. It looks as though all the top boards have actually finished. I'm just, wow. I mean, talk about turning this tournament upside down. Nakamura and Carlsen both losing in the same round. And suddenly we have a new leader, David Howe, Vladislav Artemiev.
Yeah, we'll talk about the standings in a moment. We just see a game there with Goryachkina and a handshake. It looks like Black has won in that game. Tan Zhongyi taking down Goryachkina, who loses on the board and the clock. Another huge game for the standings in the women's section. I mean, at this point, we barely know who's in the lead. We know that Shuvalova is doing well in the women's section, but in the open, it's wide open yet again. And I mean, at this point, it's a coin flip. It's a toss-up.
I mean, this is just brilliant for us because now it's anybody's tournament. We've got Vladislav Artemiev, clear leader, beating Hikaru Nakamura. He's got a half-point advantage over Nakamura, Carlsen, Giri, Nepomniachtchi, Vincent Kmar. Jules Moussard is suddenly half a point behind. It is quite astonishing.
Lots of players catching up now there. We saw Eric Geisy beating young Volodar Mertzin. I mean, so many decisive games. Barely a draw in sight in this last round. A bloodthirsty round. And yeah, as you mentioned, Lawrence, it's just chaos in that playing hall, in that auditorium out there in Kazakhstan. I don't know what's in the air, but I'm loving it, I've got to say. The players going all out. Now we see a clash between Velimir Ivic and Johan Sebastian Christensen, Grandmaster from Norway. Can't see the board that well, but it looks like a queen against 2 bishops. Could this be a fortress for white, Lawrence? What a crazy game this is. Maybe not as important for the standings as some of the others, but just as wild, just as crazy. White's bishop's doing a good job of holding their own against the queen.
Yes, but I doubt this is ever a fortress because you can go king e6. Yeah, and if h7, queen c2 check wins the pawn, you can go king d6. Well, I believe Johan Sebastian's going to win this. However, hold on a second.
However, these bishops, Yeah, they do a good job of helping the white H-pawn forward if given the time, if given the opportunity. Right now, the black queen guards the white dark square bishop, so there's no chance of pushing the H-pawn. But yeah, somehow black's queen is fighting a lone fight. She doesn't have any support here, but nice move there by black. Johann Sebastian, a classy blitz and bullet player, dropping the black queen back. He's got to run with the king. The queen needs some support. But now, can black break through? Ooh, living life on the edge here. Black's king is coming. You're right, Lawrence. This might be the killer idea. This king now surely is going to help the queen deliver checkmate. Some mating patterns already in the air, and white's pawns are dropping. This should spell the end. White h6 pawn can be captured as well.
Once that goes, it's all over because you can just run the other pawn, and no chance here for Ivic to save, unless
And we see a handshake. Black takes the win, and Johann Sebastian Christensen, the Norwegian, making up for Norway's disappointment of Magnus Carlsen losing in that last round.
Yeah, absolutely. Brilliant stuff. What a round. You couldn't have written it better. Nepomniachtchi beating Carlsen with the white pieces. Hikaru Nakamura losing with the white pieces to Artemiev. And then a bunch of players able to catch them up. We're going to go and catch our breath. We'll be back for the next round and with the pairings for the next round very, very soon. All of a sudden, there are literally 8 players who can now win this thing. It's going to be really, really fascinating to see who holds their nerve in the following rounds. Don't go anywhere. Continued coverage of the World Blitz Championship here on Chess.com in just a few seconds.
Life is full of exciting events, but it is our first impressions that we remember best. Your first diploma, your first job in a big company, unforgettable emotions from the first date, the first expensive things you bought when you got your first paycheck, and your first investments with Freedom Broker. Freedom Broker. Look at your favorite brands from a new perspective.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to coverage of the final day of the World Blitz Chess Championships. It has just been, well, we're still catching our breath from the last round. What an incredible set of events. The tournament in the open section has just been blown wide open. Magnus Carlsen losing against Jan Nepomniachtchi, and Hikaru Nakamura, who has had a rotten start to the day, 2 draws and a loss, losing against Vladislav Artemiev with the white pieces, has meant that suddenly it's anybody's tournament. It is, in fact, Vladislav Artemiev leading the tournament with a whole bunch of players just a half point behind him. David, I'm still kind of trying to get to grips with what just happened. I'm still in a bit of shock.
Lawrence, if we check out the standings, I think there's still 5 leaders. I think Artemiev is still half a point back. He had a big upfloat in the last game. So Nakamura and Carlsen, Nakamura and Carlsen, despite both losing in the same round, I would have bet my house that that would never happen. But despite Nakamura and Carlsen losing in the same round, they still share the lead. And they have been joined by Anish Giri, Haik Martirosyan. Bit of a surprise there. And, of course, Jan Nepomniachtchi, who has scored 9 points out of his last 10 games. So he's the man on form right now. He's the man who just took down Magnus Carlsen. And look at how many players are chasing them. Duda, Artemiev, Fedoseev, and Dubov, all just half a point up off the lead. And another big group on 10 points too. And on that note, we can check out the matchups. We see Carlsen against Vincent Keimer, the silver medalist from the World Rapid Championship, up against the gold medalist from the World Rapid. That's going to be huge. Carlsen did beat Vincent just a couple of days ago in that tournament. Giri against Nepomniachtchi. Anyone's game there. Martirosyan against Fedoseev. And Nakamura dropping down to board 4. He started the day 1 point clear. He's now sharing the lead, but he plays 3-time Blitz World Champion Alexander Grishuk. From there, still some very juicy pairings. Duda, Dubov, Artemiev, Yu Yangyi, and plenty more. But yeah, it's going to be hard to choose where to focus our attentions on because yet again, Lawrence, the stakes are higher than ever. And here we see Giri and Nepomniachtchi sharing a laugh.
Yeah, I think this is a great bounce back spot, though, for Magnus Carlsen. I think he'll be very happy with this particular pairing. Vincent is, of course, a great player, but his record against Magnus is particularly poor. And Giri, if he wants, can be uber solid. And, Alexander Grishuk can also cause an upset, former Blitz World Champion. So again, despite what happened in the last round, I think that this is a magnificent opportunity for Magnus to reinstate his leadership on this tournament. Should also be pointed out that in the women's section, Shuvalova, a full point clear, playing black against Sarah Kadam. Massive, massive game. I do like Sarah Kadam, though, with the white pieces in that game. She's won 4 in a row. She's beaten Kostenyuk. She's beaten Gunina. She's beaten Badelka. She's clearly in really good form. And sure, of course, Shuvalova, as you can see on the screen there, rocking the pink hair, in fantastic shape. But Sarah Kadam, I told you, Sarah, especially with the white pieces, I find her to be a very, very serious opponent. And this could rip that tournament wide open as well. If Sarah Kadam manages to win with the white pieces, all of a sudden you could get a pile up at the top in the women's section. So things totally unclear as we reach really the sort of halfway stage of today's action.
Yeah, and here we go. We are off. The games have started. Remember, it's not about how you start the tournament. It's about how you finish, as you say, Lawrence, there. It's the second half now, entering the second half soon of the final day. It's the money rounds. And we are focusing on the game between Anish Giri and Jan Nepomniachtchi, the man in form, winning so many games over the last few rounds. And it's a very dry variation of the Queen's Gambit decline. This is something we saw yesterday when Hikaru Nakamura took on Magnus Carlsen. It's what we call the Berlin of 1d4. Lots of exchanges. Queens are off the board. We'll most likely see a knight for bishop exchange. Black is temporarily 1 pawn up, but white's bishop pair more than compensates, and white has various ways to at least equalize this, of course. Giri brings his bishop out, mirroring what Nakamura tried against Magnus yesterday. And there, I think Magnus's antidote as black was to just pick up a pawn and challenge that bishop. But okay, first we see black's knight develop. White is going to bring the light squared bishop out. I'm loving the activity of white's pieces, but still, of course, a very well-known position. Black's king often now mobilizes and starts leading from the front, starts defending some pawns. There we go. Still mainline theory, and I think it is time for Nepomniachtchi to start challenging white's pieces. We see a knight exchange. Giri obtaining the bishop pair, long-term advantage, risk-free position, Lawrence. Surely this suits Giri's style.
Well, yes, it does to a certain extent. But as we saw in the Hikaru Nakamura Magnus Carlsen game, there's really not much here for white. This is a slightly better version than what Hikaru got against Magnus, I feel. But at the same time, I'm not hugely concerned for Jan Nepomniachtchi as things stand.
I agree, Lawrence. So with that in mind, let's check out a very dramatic game. Let's go over to Magnus Carlsen against Vincent Keimer. There's fireworks on the board potentially in this one. It's still early days, of course, but Magnus is declaring his intentions. He's pushed his g-pawn forward. Look at how Magnus hasn't castled either. He's trying to hunt down black's light squared bishop. And Vincent Keimer very calmly just offering a trade of pieces here, trying to get the dark square bishops off the board. Magnus slightly ahead on the clock. Remember, Magnus lost on time in the last game. That happens once in a blue moon. Normally he's got great control over the clock, but this time he won't want a repetition of that incident. Okay, he does trade off a set of pieces after kicking black's bishop back from e5. And I think Magnus is going to stay flexible. I don't think he really wants to castle with his king yet. He wants to keep Vincent guessing. Maybe a move such as e3, put the white queen on e2. There we go, e3 played. And which side is the white king going? We'll, again, be able to tell a lot from Magnus's next few moves. Vincent, meanwhile, playing very quickly, very confidently. He loves this pawn structure, Vincent, with pawns on e6, d5. Rock solid foundations for black. Magnus, committal, pushing for g5. Black's knight now either has to retreat to a bad square or sit on the edge of the board where it might never join the action again. Knight h5, Lawrence. Doesn't look like a very good piece there for Vincent, you've got to say. And Magnus, is he turning things in his favor?
I'm not entirely sure because it's a strange one. The knight actually does a great job of protecting the g7 pawn. You can now bring a rook to c8, employ some pressure. Feels like there's some queenside pressure to be had here. I'm not entirely sure that this is so great for Magnus, actually. Rook c8 played, and you can see Magnus now pause. I think he's starting to realize that actually he's got a few issues here on the queen side. There's some queen a5 checks that are coming. Queen b6 moves. And he decides to castle long. Wow.
Committal decision. He's basically pinning a flag to his king and saying, come at me, this is a target for you. But I guess his idea is to attack on the opposite flank later. I must admit earlier, Lawrence, visually, I found it difficult to see that the black knight on h5 does defend g7. Just very kind of strange type of setup there. Vincent, meanwhile, threatens checkmate in one. Queen takes c2. Monster threat. Magnus defends with his rook. Yeah, suddenly Vincent, if he can get some energy going, bringing his knight in, he's trying to get to e4. Magnus has some big questions to answer. Retreating every turn now, Magnus. Knight e1. Threat was knight e4, so white's light square bishop now guards e4.
Great move, knight e1, I think, actually. A difficult move to play, but a great one. That also sets up some bishop f3, bishop takes h5 ideas because of the threats along the long diagonal. So this is a very kind of standard threat. I think this was actually an absolutely critical move for Magnus to find, and he did it quickly. He's up on the clock. I think the momentum is back in Magnus' favor. Probably still good for black, but how is the question. Rook fd8. Okay, rook fd8 and king b1.
King b1. Yep, this side shuffle. Anytime you cast a queenside, you should always try and shuffle towards the corner. It's basically mirroring kingside castling on the other flank. Your king is always much safer when it's not being stared down by an opponent's queen and rook. So I'm loving that last move by Magnus. Also throwing the ball back into the opponent's court, saying, okay, I'm not sure what my plan is. I'm not sure what yours is either. And look at this. Vincent spent a lot of time there, but he's throwing everything at Magnus now. The kitchen sink has been thrown in. He's pushing Black's central pawns. I'm not seeing the idea immediately. I think he's just trying to open things up, open up those lines for the Black rooks. He's banking on the fact that Black's pieces are more ready and more coordinated than White's. You've got to look at the White Knight now and that White Rook in the corner in H1. It's struggling really to get in the game there. And Magnus says, okay, I'm not going to take that Black pawn. I'm not going to gamble with things opening up. Plays Knight F3 and Vincent D3. Wow, setting up some tricks against the White King potentially. If this pawn is captured twice,
Rook
then the Black
C1.
Queen is coming into C2.
E4, look at the mess we've suddenly got. Knight E1, but is Black overextending here? Could be. Like Bishop E5.
Yeah, it's like Magnus is curling up into a ball here, just all out defense, backs to the wall. But Vincent, like you said, overextended potentially. And what has happened here? Vincent,
he's blundered a rook.
Wow, he just forgot about the White Queen. The White Queen on G4 controls C8. Vincent, wow, just an oversight there, hallucinating. Big win for Magnus Carlsen, actually from a difficult position. Let's see, Lawrence, if there are other games going on the top few boards. Is Nakamura still going? Is Nepomniachtchi still going against Giri? Let's find out. We do see Nakamura is playing. We see Magnus as well. Spectating, kibitzing. Luckily not standing in front of the camera. Thank you, Magnus. But it's looking very balanced in this one, you've got to say. Who do you favor here, Lawrence?
Probably ever so slightly favor White. I feel like the Knight in general is a more tricky piece to play against. But it's very, very marginal. And objectively, probably things are level. But, well, the big time advantage. Sasha has to play a move. Oh, he plays it with 1 second.
Yeah, but has that blundered a pawn? Ooh, Rook takes E6 was interesting there, but okay, Rook F3, and bang! Hikaru plays a winning tactic. Rook takes F7. There would be a Knight fork on E6 next move, and Shook offers his hand, resigns. Nakamura taking an important win. Those two favorites, Carlsen and Nakamura. Now the chips are down. They will start to up their game. Great finish. Spectacular finish to that one. Shook losing his chances to mount a comeback. And what else is still going on here? It looks like Duda is playing Dubov in an important clash for the top of the table. And what is happening on the board?
Is this Duda Dubov?
Oh, this doesn't look like them on the camera.
No.
We're looking at their position on the board, however. Okay,
this is
Martirosyan against Fedoseev. Let's check in with that game. But Black is a rook down. White has an extra rook simply, unless I'm counting wrong, Lawrence. Black has two pawns, but that's not sufficient compensation. Martirosyan in the lead. He's about to continue that hot streak and join Carlsen and Nakamura on, 12 points. Wow, Martirosyan. He might have suffered a defeat against Magnus at the start of the day, but bouncing back in impressive style. He's guaranteed to win this, surely, Lawrence.
Well, not guaranteed, but certainly you would expect that he would win. Trading a pair of rooks is often the way to do it. But you can win this pawn as well. Yeah, this is pretty hopeless now for Black with the pawns gone.
2 rooks are better than 1. That's what they say.
Certainly are. Yeah, rook B6. He's going to win this pawn.
Yeah.
He's trying to stalemate
the board.
Yeah.
Don't think it works.
Just go king G1. Yeah.
Yeah. We'll see a check from Black. Don't take the rook. Stalemate. But you just retreat. And Black is doomed. Checkmate incoming. We see this clock stopped. Fedoseev resigns. What a win by the young Armenian player, Martirosyan.
Great win by Martirosyan. In the women's section, should be pointed out, Shuvalova has extended her lead. Well, rather, she wins a critical game against Sarah Kadam. And Tan Zhongji beats Katerina Lafno with the white pieces. That means Tan Zhongji just a point behind Shuvalova. and they have already played.
Oh, Lawrence, we're just watching the game between Gunina and Humpy Canero, and Gunina flagged in what looked like a drawish position. Oh, the nerves are getting to everyone now. Gunina losing on time. She's had a tough few rounds over the last few hours. Oh, yeah, the streak. She was leading, remember, at the start of the day, joint with Shivalova, but Humpy taking a win and gaining some ground, still quite far, 2 points behind Shivalova, but important for the standings over there. Meanwhile, we see the auditorium players starting to leave now, starting to go out, take a break, and we will be back. But there are still some games going. Here we see Durabaili. Who is Durabaili up against here? I'm not too familiar with the player with the black pieces. And this is, let me look. Either way, Durabaili, a very important game. Maybe someone can check this. White is doing pretty well on the board, it looks like, but the clock playing a big factor. Will this end in a draw? Level material, queen and knight against queen and bishop. Which are the superior duo? Board 48 here. And this is Durabaili against Tin Jingyao from Singapore, from the country of my mother's birth, actually. And Tin Jingyao doing very well at the Olympiad earlier this year. 4 seconds for black, but can he stem the tide? Can he find a reply? Oh, 1 second. He made that with white's queen is coming. Now the white king, very well placed, but some checks from behind for the black queen potentially. He should hold the draw, but Durabaili is going all in, trying everything possible. No more checks though, unless the white king can't hide, Lawrence. The white king is going on a journey, going on an adventure. And, that's a very nervous move, king h8. That's not a good square for the king. Checks continue, but white's, he knocked over a piece there, losing some of the time for his opponent on the move. And white's king has come the whole way round. It's hard to call, but I'm going to say this is going to be a white win. Look at that king. Look how brave he's been with that piece. But 3-result game. 2 seconds for white there. Can the Azari
bishop on f6 now consolidate? Feels like you should never lose this,
find his way in.
A8. Feels like it's still very holdable.
Yeah,
especially if the queen trade is good for black.
Exactly.
C6.
Maybe white needs to pull the reverse breaks here. Yeah. Suddenly,
all the way back.
Super safe. Run away. And the king on g4 should be very safe. I think we'll see this game just settle down a bit now. Feels like black is very,
be careful. There's some queen g2. Queen g2 checks exist. Queen f3 is mate. King h7. He's going to self-mate himself. And he has to protect against queen f3 mate. Now queen g2.
Black queen is coming in though.
G6 is going to be knight f8.
Black is winning. Time. He loses on time as he makes the move to Durabaili. He flags. So many players losing on time now as the tiredness kicks in. What a win, turning it around. Tin Jingyao. Durabaili and beside himself.
Frustratingly smashing the table. We've all been there. When you're pressing and pressing and pressing, you lose on time. And in a fit of rage, smashes the table. Remember, so many prizes up for grabs. So much money on the line. Even a game like this can be the difference between thousands of dollars. Durabaili sick at losing that game on time, but that is how it goes. Brutal stuff. What a round.
Yeah, what a round this has been. As you mentioned, Lawrence, there's 35 prizes in the open section. Here we see there's more games going. This is Atuza from Iran with the white pieces. And it does look like a dead drawn endgame. Knight and pawn against bishop and pawn. This one should fizzle out to a draw soon. And Atuza Pukashian, I believe, against Lara Schultz from Germany. And there we go. A draw is the result. Remember, lots of prizes as well available in the women's section. So every point, every half point matters. It's never too late to go on a search and claim some of those big money prizes. Like you said, every prize is thousands pretty much. So everyone has something to play for. Still plenty of time left. Plenty of action to be had. And Lawrence, I don't know if there are any games still ongoing. We see the tournament hall here. We often look out for the crowds of spectators gathering around a single board, but no, it looks like round 16 is over for the open section.
Absolutely is. We're going to take a short break as per usual, but we'll be back with the next round. All of a sudden, Magnus Hikaru starting to impose himself, but is the young gun Haik Martirosyan, who's sticking around with the leaders, going to cause more of an upset? Don't forget and don't sleep on Giri, Dubov, Artemiev, and Nepomniachtchi just half point behind. It's anybody's tournament still. Plenty of chess left to play. We'll be right back with continued coverage of this year's FIDE World Blitz Championships. Don't go anywhere.
Your subscription makes shows like this possible, which is why our Twitch subscribers will never see ads on Chess.com. Connect your Chess.com account and Twitch account at go.chess.com/connectaccounts, and bang, boom, voila, you're done. 100% ad-free bliss forevermore. Whether you're following our events on site or on stream, type the command connect in the chat, and thank you for helping bring these shows to life.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Chess.com's coverage of the final day of the FIDE Blitz World Championships. Got the open and the women's sections, and things are getting more unpredictable by the minute. Before we review what happened in the previous round, do remember that the wait for the new era, the new season of the Pro Chess League is over. After a 2-year hiatus, the Pro Chess League is finally back. The 2023 season begins with a qualifier week starting February the 1st. 16 teams advance into the main season. And if you do want to play in the Pro Chess League, you will have a chance of playing against some of the biggest names in the game. Past participants have included Magnus Carlsen himself, Ding Liren, Nepo, Fabi, Hikaru, MVL, Anish, and so on. And obviously everybody at Chess.com is extremely excited for the league's return. There'll be over 100k in prizes on the line as well. So it's going to be one for the history books. Make sure to check out the Pro Chess League. Use !PCL in the chat to learn more. Okay, back to the World Blitz Championships. And David, we have been treated to the kind of drama that every chess fan loves to see. But still, despite everything, it is Hikaru and Magnus out in front.
That's right, and I hope all the viewers have their popcorn. Hikaru Nakamura, Magnus Carlsen, and Hike Martirosyan now. A bit of a surprise name. It's a sprint to the finish for them. There's 5 rounds remaining in the open section. Still plenty of potential banana skins for them. And who will stay the course? Who will keep that winning streak going? We saw Magnus Carlsen win thanks to a blunder in the last round by Vincent Keimer, and Hikaru Nakamura with that fantastic tactic against Alexander Grishuk. Martirosyan, meanwhile, he has played those 2 guys already. So don't write him off. He will be banking. He'll be backing himself even to continue to keep the pace. Let's check out, let's see, first of all, who else stands in those top 20. Remember, 35 prizes. So all of these players have plenty to play for. Thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars on the line. But it's all about the pairings now. Let's go to those matchups because we have a juicy, extremely mouth-watering pairing on board one. Lawrence Caruana against Carlsen again. We saw it in the World Rapid Championship. We're seeing it now in the Blitz. Nepomniachtchi against Martirosyan on board 2, equally important, and Andreikin Nakamura. Lawrence, what catches your eye from these top matchups?
Well, they're all fantastic matchups. Caruana Carlsen is very interesting because, you know, for context, recently Magnus has really had a hold over Fabiano, especially in Blitz. They played a big tournament on Chess.com where Fabiano, in 3 hours of Blitz, didn't get a single victory, if my facts are correct. He got blown out by Magnus. And obviously that does not bode well. That being said, Fabi has got white. He has got nothing to lose to go for it. You know, he's a very principled player. He will try to find something to press against Magnus. I think Magnus in this game would be more than happy to just come away without losing. And Nepomniachtchi Martirosyan is a great spot, obviously, for Jan Nepomniachtchi with the white pieces to really put himself in the mix. Andreikin Nakamura is a tough spot for Hikaru Nakamura. Andreikin, quality blitz player, tricky blitz player. Andreikin has got the white pieces. I think this is a potential banana skin spot, actually, for Hikaru Nakamura. Giri Artemiev, also a match we have to keep an eye on, as is Dubov Sarana, because if there is a decisive victory there, suddenly either Giri or Artemiev will have 12.5. Impossible to predict how things are going to go now. It's anybody's game.
Yeah, especially after the round where Carlsen and Nakamura both lost. I think we've given up with the predictions. It's just, it's just that stage where anything is possible, and it's just about who can keep their calm. And we do see players taking their seats now. Nepomniachtchi against Hike Matarosian. We'll keep an eye on that one on board too. And of course, Matarosian, he's done very well at beating players around his own rating, but against the very top dogs, against Nakamura, against Carlsen, Matarosian has faced defeat. He has suffered there. So can Matarosian change that trend against Nepomniachtchi? We see Caruana waiting for Carlsen. Magnus always keeps his opponents waiting. Remember, he hasn't turned up late since the first round, so we are expecting Magnus to appear on time. But yeah, you mentioned it, Lawrence. In the Speed Chess Championship just a few weeks ago, the score was 22-4 in Magnus's favor. 0 losses in 26 games. So Caruana, he's got to be praying for a miracle at this stage. Surely his kryptonite now, Magnus Carlsen, there's got to be a mental block there. Can he somehow just put that to one side and strike on the board? He does have white, as you mentioned. And here we are. We are off. Caruana starts the game with 1e4. Magnus losing a few seconds on the clock to adjust his pieces. As we've seen before, every second counts. He lost 10 seconds there, Magnus. Very surprising. Remember, he lost on time to Nepomniachtchi earlier today. But we see no Berlin Wall this time. It's a different variant, a different variation of the Roy Lopez Spanish opening. And what will Magnus go for? Will he go for the Marshall attack? That is something he's employed throughout the past few years in crunch games. Fabi playing bishop d2 in this last move. This was a move he patented himself, and he made fashionable, right, Lawrence? It looks very clumsy, white's bishop on d2.
Yeah, the idea is he's controlling the a5 square so that the knight, so that the knight can't come to a5 and capture this bishop.
Mm-hmm. And mainline theory, or at least it looks that way, judging by the speed with which both players are playing. Fabiano, he still has more time than he started the game with, and we're almost at move 20. Wow, blistering breakneck speed here by both players. We've seen a bunch of exchanges. A set of knights, a set of bishops, and a set of pawns have left the board. White has an open A file. Not too much to do with it right now, but yeah, it's Magnus looking solid. I'm a bit surprised, I've got to say. I'm surprised Magnus is playing this kind of risk-averse approach. He just wants to knuckle down, equalize this black, especially with the context of that victory in the Speed Chess Championship a few weeks ago, where Magnus won a lot of games by playing provocative chess, by playing unorthodox chess. This is very classical, which suits Fabi right down to the ground. So early days still, yeah. D5, pawn break by black. Looks like he's equalized, or almost equalized here, Magnus Carlsen.
Queen e2, d5 played. Yeah, I think once you get in d5 here as Magnus, if you're able to do it properly, and queen e4, yeah, I think Fabi has got close to nothing here. I think you can trade queens, which he does. He's going to take with the pawn. And yeah, this is just dead equal, basically. Magnus, rook c6, love this move. He wants to provoke Fabi into playing c3, which would then weaken, especially the d3 square played by Fabiano. Now this d3 square is weak long term. The knight on g6 can always find its way back. f6, love this move as well. Just supporting the center and giving the knight the freedom to now make its way back. It can find a route back, f8, e6, c5 into d3 or b3, 2 weak white squares. So, a move like bishop e7 here will be played at some point. Oh, no, he went for b4, even better, trying to create weakness. Okay, it's still very, very level, objectively speaking, but Magnus will not be unhappy.
Yeah, and I mentioned a few moments ago that Fabiano would be very happy with the outcome of the opening. However, with the departure of the queens, now we are up Magnus Carlsen's alley in his comfort zone. Suddenly the black king will approach the center, as you said, Lawrence. Now black is rerouting his knight, which was a bit futile on the g6 square. He's going to bring that towards the queen side, and still balanced, still totally level, but it's a Magnus Carlsen type of grind. He's famous for using the Magnus effect to outwit his opponents in this type of simplified endgame. And I wouldn't kind of count against Magnus, at least exerting some pressure. I think Fabi still has this well under control. But look at this, a bishop exchange. Suddenly white b2 pawn would be weak. Black's rooks, arguably more active than white's rooks. And yeah, everything else being balanced. maybe some questions to answer for Fabiano. And remember, all the while, as long as this game continues, the ghosts of all of those defeats just a few weeks ago, they will be haunting him, Fabiano. And he started to tank a bit on the clock. Only a 20-second disadvantage, so not significant yet. But if Fabi can't speed up, can't keep the pace, Magnus will be in dreamland. Interesting strategy by Magnus, not going all out for the win from the start, just calming things down, making sure he survives the opening and middle game. And in this endgame phase, the favorite. Okay, rook's off the board now, bishop's off the board. Magnus creating threats still. Either black will force the white rook to go passive, as has just happened, or he would have forced a weakness in Caruana's pawn structure. I've got to say, this looks very, very level to me, but Magnus has the better side of the draw, if indeed it is held by Fabiano. Look at this, threats now to the white knight, awkward questions. Which direction do you go? He goes forward. Black will just sit on the second rank. Lawrence, maybe some threats against the white pawn structure. This black rook is extremely strong on the second rank.
Yeah, I'm not loving the spot at all for Fabiano. The knight is coming to c5. On the next move, it's going to hit this pawn, and then it can come into d3. All of black's pieces are active. White's are not doing very much. So I am not optimistic about Fabiano's chances here whatsoever. He's gone rook d1 because he wants to get active. I think this is a good ploy in general. But
Magnus can play rook c2 here. He can play knight c5. Both moves would have threatened the pawn. He chooses to play knight c5, attacking white's e-pawn. I don't see that active a way to defend this pawn now. You can play a move like rook d2, for example, to try and trade off rooks. If there's a rook exchange, white would defend the pawn, but black can simply play rook a4 in a situation like that. This would be holdable for white, but a move like rook a4, you win a pawn, you attack the white knight, you attack the white pawn in the center. I think we'll see this on the board. Fabiano might be dropping a pawn and a minute down suddenly on the clock. This is how Magnus does it. He's just so calm, so calculated in his efforts to press the advantage. At least white's rook can go active now. I think that's what Fabiano will be itching to do, wanting to do. But yeah, Magnus, he's done nothing at all. He's done nothing special. But Fabiano is starting to collapse. It's just a Magnus type of position. There we go. Rook d7. At least one piece is active. And the king coming now. Black can take a second pawn, but if black's knight takes the f2 pawn or the c3 pawn, it won't be on a great circuit anymore. I think Fabiano's found the only way maybe to survive this one, at least the most active, principled way. Nice defense.
Yeah, I think Fabi, fair play to Fabi, getting active with his king, getting active with his rook. When you're on the back foot, you can't remain passive. When you're material down, you can't remain passive. And Fabi has gone active. And Magnus, understanding there is some issues now because this knight is coming into f5 very quickly. And all of a sudden, Fabiano's got legitimate counterplay against black. And Magnus not able to find a way just yet. He decides to take on f2, which is a very surprising decision to me. Takes on f2, knight f5, and he takes on h3, rook g7, and now he's going to be able to mop up. And I think Fabi is now big favorite to hold the draw here.
Yeah, certainly. Magnus is still a pawn ahead. He has a 3 versus 2 pawn advantage. That black knight is going to reroute itself via g5. But look how powerful white's knight is on the f5 square. It's not just in middle games that white knights on f5 are strong. It's also in the endgame, evidently. But Fabi, down to 10 seconds, the clock could still play a big factor. He still has to be accurate. He can't relax. His path to a draw will rely on maybe a favorable trade at the right moment, going into a knight endgame or rook endgame when he can swap off all of the remaining pawns. But I'm not sure I like this too much from Fabiano. The white knight on d6, what is it doing there? It's very unclear. Its purpose. There we go. He corrects his mistake. He goes back to f5. And Magnus creating some threats, activating his king finally. And this is the critical moment. Has Magnus blundered into a draw, Lawrence?
Yes.
Suddenly the black king can't escape the checks.
No,
suddenly,
he can't.
Yeah, the king is tied to his knight. And
suddenly,
if you take the white knight, it's a dead draw. Magnus doesn't acquiesce to that draw. He's going to grab some pawns instead, I was going to say.
Oh, wow. And the knight is trapped
from behind.
This is genius.
Wow. It could indeed be genius.
Rook h8.
Fabiano, Why didn't he push G4? He wanted to push G4, but Fabiano, he missed the moment and he resigns.
Oh my goodness me.
Lawrence, I think he had the draw if he'd played G4 just a moment before. I'm not entirely sure, but he just allowed his knight to be trapped. Magnus was 2 pawns up. Magnus takes the win. Let's check out some other games if they are still ongoing. What has happened on the other top boards?
Well, this is incredible. Hikaru has beaten Andreikin as well, which is a phenomenal result for Hikaru. And Jan Nepomniachtchi did not beat Haik Martirosyan. So that actually means that the status quo has been restored. Nakamura Carlsen now leading together on 13 out of 17. Martirosyan in just half point behind. And it looks as though Caruana is actually going to beat Dubov with the black pieces.
Yeah.
Wow.
So we saw the results flying in there. We will recap those shortly. But yeah, it's those two giants again, Lawrence. They just bring out the best in each other. Nakamura, Carlsen, both pushing each other to the maximum to try and win their games. Here we see a battle ongoing. We can't see the players' faces. Okay, this is Richard Rapport, I believe, playing with the white pieces. Richard Rapport against Denis Lazovic, a youngster, the blitz phenomenon. And white here looks to be doing very, very well. Black's king is so far away from the action. We see a trade of pawns. Can black hold, though? Maybe black can defend.
Possible.
Because, yeah, the black king might be cut off, but white's king and rook alone, can they hunt down that black h-pawn? I'm not so sure they can. Rapport visibly struggling to find a winning idea here. Black is just going to wait. Black has the ideal defensive setup, and as soon as white's king advances, it'll just get checked back by the black rook. Miracle save by Denis Lazovic, it appears, and Rapport, after the difficult start to the day we saw against Magnus and Hikaru, struggling to come back, struggling to get on that winning street. And yeah, check, position repeating itself. Lawrence, this one looks like a fortress, looks like a draw.
Does look like a draw. Don't see any way for Rapport to really mix things up here. Great draw. If Lazovic holds, I just don't see a way to make progress here.
Yeah, and Rapport with 5 seconds on the clock. He's not, it's not his favorite format, the blitz section. So I don't think he'll be trying to push this one too hard. He won't want to lose on time. Okay, he moves his king forward. You can tell by White's hand gestures here, he doesn't really believe in the draw, and he pushes his pawn forward with a draw for, there we go, a handshake.
Well done, Denis Lazovic, for holding that position. Whew. It's getting tense. I feel the tension. Still some games going on. We've got Fedoseev here against David Anton El Nino. El Nino in big trouble. El Nino toast. Might be a time to resign. We're not surviving this. The king's going to come to c6. Rook will come to e7.
Simple.
The rook will block the checks.
Simple endgame. White's king has plenty of squares to hide behind its own pawns. And we see the handshake as checkmate was incoming with White's 2 extra pawns there. Big win for Fedoseev, who's been up amongst it for a long time, but slipped back slightly. David Anton seeing his chances really damaged by that defeat. And we see the playing hall now. How many games are still going on? We still see a couple of crowds in the far corner. Maybe that's just around the pairings. Okay, we do have another game. Let's try and get cameras on this one if we can. It looks like Vidit against Ngoyen, Grandmaster from the Czech Republic, and a draw has just been agreed. It looks like White there was pressing, but Vidit saves a difficult rook endgame. Vidit, who was amongst the leaders yesterday, fallen back a bit over the last few rounds, and both players smiling, discussing the game. That's nice to see.
Yeah. And in the women's section, breaking news. Kostenyuk has done the something that everybody else has failed to do, which is beat Polina Shuvalova today. Incredible victory for Kostenyuk. Shuvalova, despite losing this, still a full point clear of the field. But suddenly, Sara Kadam, Kostenyuk, Bibisara Asogwaeva, who had a fantastic result, beating Tan Zhongji, with the black pieces are only a point off with a few games left, 3 rounds left. Shuvalova with a point, a distance, but what a blow that is. Had she won that game, Shuvalova would basically have this tournament in the bag. 2 points clear with 3 rounds to go. She'd only need 50%, but now she's got all the work to do still. Wow, just the drama continues and continues. We're going to take another customary quick break. We'll be back in a few minutes to unpack what just happened and look forward to round 18 of this phenomenal event. Get our breath. See you soon.
Now you can use gifts from the biggest chess stars on all your favorite platforms. Just search Chess.com and your favorite chess star on Discord, Twitter, WhatsApp, and more to find hundreds of gifts from Chess.com's biggest broadcasts and events. Nepo, Danya, Fabi, Anna's, and even me, Danny. Try it today.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the coverage of the World Blitz Championships. It does look like we have some controversy. During the break there, we see a debate. I'm not exactly sure what's going on. Ahmed Adli there with the white pieces and his young opponent from Kazakhstan. They have called the arbiters. I think his opponent here with black is complaining. Has there been an incident of touch move maybe? Has there been something with the clock? We do see Nikolai Averin here. He is the player with the black pieces. He's complaining. And I feel sorry for him here because there are reporters sticking the cameras in his face. I think this is the main Norwegian channel, NRK, and of course the chief arbiters trying to resolve the tension. Lawrence, let's speculate. What do you think is going on? It looks like a balanced position on the board, at least.
Yeah, I have absolutely no idea, actually. But Ahmed Adli, in the meantime, using his time to calculate, which is, I don't know how I feel about that. I feel as though, when there's a dispute, both players should perhaps be away from the board. But Ahmed Adli, there's nothing, again, in the rules, at least, where it's saying that you can't calculate in the position.
I'm not so sure, actually. I remember arbiters once told me at a big event that players had to step away from the board while they were making a decision on any complaints. And yeah, it does feel like the arbiters have made a decision. It feels like maybe they're giving black 2 extra minutes. So something has happened. Ahmed Adli with white here must have broken some rule or maybe made an illegal move by accident or maybe touched a piece. And either way, black is being rewarded with extra time. That tends to be how things work when one side has made an illegal move, for example, and we will get the game going. Can the players refocus? Can Ahmed Adli, former world junior champion from Egypt, against his young opponent, can he refocus? Can he save the game? Artem Uskov, who plays under the FIDE flag, is the player with black. And okay, 2 seconds against 6 seconds. It looks like he didn't get in any extra time. They just reset the clocks. And
oh wow,
okay, what is happening here? 2 seconds for white. He's up against the clock. Can he physically make a move in 2 seconds? That's the question. Once they restart, the
position really looks terrible for Adli. Just optically, the position looks toast for white, doesn't it? How does Adli ever survive this position?
I'm not sure. With best play, it feels like he might be okay, but yeah, like you said, Lawrence, white is the one defending. White is on the brink here. Black has some very strong pawns, but the arbiter's struggling to kind of satisfy black's demands here. Will we see the game continue? There have been previous incidents in the tournament. There was an incident between Vladislav Kovalov and a young player from Kazakhstan where he also complained, and they restarted the clocks when black had 1 second left. Black couldn't finish the move in time. So there have been certain moments, there always are in Blitz tournaments, that kind of divide opinion. But yeah, I'm hoping to get this one restarted. I think the players at the top end of the table as well, waiting for the pairings, they will be feeling impatient. What will happen here? Will we see a resolution? I kind of want to see the game continue. This is the current position, Lawrence. And as the digital board shows, Ahmed Adli with white played the move b3. But what happened there? Why were the clocks stopped? What is black complaining about? What do we think, Lawrence? b3, a good move. Feels like black there can simply play king b4, going towards those white pawns, picking off those remaining white pawns, maybe winning the game.
Well, maybe white has to just, after something like king b4, play bishop b5, accept that this pawn is going to go, and then just try and hold here, knight f5 or knight e4, I don't know, and pray to the gods. It's not pleasant, though.
It's very unpleasant, and the clocks are about to restart. b3 will be the move. Ahmed Adli plays it instantly, and okay, king b4, bishop c4, but Ahmed Adli has calculated this in the break. Now, rook g2 looks extremely strong here for black. And now h3. h3 looks strong.
Oof.
But, okay, black is going to eliminate those white pawns. This will be a draw. Oof. Some gamesmanship there, potentially from Ahmed Adli, but he does save the game. And disappointment for the youngster with the black pieces. The arbiter's saying, okay, enough. They want
enough.
Yeah, they want to disperse the crowd here. Too much controversy already. This is why we love Blitz, right, Lawrence? There's always something going on, no matter what it is.
I love it. I love it. Yep. And that, of course, will be the last game of that round. The pairings will be getting generated any second now. Let's take another look at this playing hall, see who is around, who is having a good old chat whilst this is going on. Let's see here. Who have we got? See if we can name some names.
Spot the player.
Spot the player. These young guys, these are all sort of future grandmasters. They're all going to be 2650 in the next 2 years or 3 years. No idea who any of them are. They're just all extremely strong. They're playing the World Blitz Championships. They will be little phenoms. Who else have we got there? Well, we do have the women pairings. Okay, David, take us through.
Yeah, so let's check out what's been happening in the women's tournament. You mentioned some of the results a bit earlier, Lawrence. Let's go to the standings if we can. And let's go to the matchups. Even better. So we do have Shuvalova, as we mentioned, still with 1 point lead at the top, despite falling to defeat in the previous round. Can she recover? That is the question. Still 3 rounds to go, as you mentioned, Lawrence. 1 point lead is significant, but if you can't recover from a defeat, suddenly things spiral out of control. Mary Arabidze from Georgia is the one tasked with taking her down. Not going to be easy, that one. Anything could happen, of course, both players on form. And Sara Kadem on board too, winning after a defeat in the earlier round. She faces Tan Zhongyi, who's aiming for the double, aiming for another world title after her success in the women's rapid and board 3. Equally exciting. It's Kosteniuk, the chess queen, against Asubayeva, the champion from 2021 in the Blitz format. So we are focusing our attentions there, but don't be surprised if Stefanova, Lagno, Madelka, Konaru, Harika, a bunch of players on 9.5 do start to climb the table. As we mentioned, there's a bunch of prizes. I think there's 15 or so prizes in the women's tournament, so still all to play for. Shuvalova, all eyes on her, though, with the pink hair in this crucial 15th round.
I think this is a great pairing for Shuvalova. She has played a bunch of the other top players. Mary Arabidze is a good player, don't get me wrong. But this is a great bounce back spot for Shuvalova. And if she wins, she's really getting close to victory. Anything but a victory is actually not great for Shuvalova because suddenly, if there's a decisive result on either boards 2 or 3, they're half a point behind and you start to feel the pressure. So Shuvalova absolutely has to go with with the black pieces here. Tan Zhongyi is having a tough time. And as Dillman says, Gurina was a clear leader. Now she's so far off the pace. 4 tough losses in a row. I mentioned this various times throughout the broadcast. Valentina Gurina is a momentum player. She can win 6 in a row, but then she can lose the next 4. And it's really sad to see that after just doing so well, all of a sudden, she's lost 4 in a row. She's lost against Asubayeva, Sara Kadem, Humpy Konaru, and Antoaneta Stefanova, putting her out of the race. She is now floating around 16th position. Absolutely gutted for her. Hopefully she finds some strength, though, and finishes well.
Yeah, and we are still awaiting the matchups, the pairings for the open section as the final results are confirmed there. I think still some complaints going on to the arbiter in that section. So we're guaranteed a bit of a wait now before the next round kicks off. Let's take another short break. We'll be back with you in a couple of minutes to review all the pairings and start getting pumped, start getting hyped for these crucial final rounds.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to live coverage of the final day of the FIDE World Blitz Chess Championships. We are getting to the business end of today's action and to the end of the tournament, really, because in the women's section, only 3 rounds to go, rounds 15, 16, and 17. In the open section, we've got 4 rounds to go, and the pairings are just coming out, and we've got a pretty unbelievable pairing on board 1. David, take our listeners through it.
Yeah, a huge surprise. Actually, the maybe underdog of the tournament so far, Madaminov from Uzbekistan. He's only an international master. His blitz rating is only 2,300. He faces off against Magnus Carlsen, who outrates him by 500 points. You've got to say, for Magnus Carlsen, this is the dream pairing. He's got to start as a huge favorite here. And yeah, it's very rare at such a late stage of the tournament to have such a favorable pairing on paper. But Madaminov has beaten giants such as Mamedyarov so far this tournament. So let's see if the underdog can upset Goliath in that game. We do see Sarana up against the other leader, Nakamura. Nakamura will be frustrated that Carlsen has such a favorable pairing, and Nakamura will want to strike. But Sarana, of course, a very strong player from Russia, known as a blitz specialist. Martirosyan, the chaser, on 12.5, the only player half a point behind Carlsen and Nakamura. He faces Artemiev. Could Artemiev play spoiler? And we see other huge pairings like Duda, Nepomniachtchi, Nihao Sarin climbing the table up against Anish Giri. And yeah, plenty of exciting pairings. But Lawrence, the main talking point has to be Carlsen against Madaminov. Could we see the birth of a new star, or will Carlsen reassert control?
Yeah, I don't know anything about this guy, Madaminov. We saw him briefly a little earlier today. He's had some phenomenal individual results. He's beaten Mamedyarov, Bluebaum. He's beaten Tigran Petrosian. He's beaten Daniel Dada. He's beaten Muradli, who's a very serious blitz player, amongst other top grandmasters. So great score for him on 11.5, playing board 1 in the FIDE Blitz World Championships. There we can see Sarana playing against Hikaru. Alexei Sarana, believe me, no slouch, proper blitz player. Can cause problems on his day. So that's not going to be easy. And here we are. Here we see the young man himself, Mukhedin Madaminov from Uzbekistan. He is, I think, 16 years old. So yeah, quite the moment for him.
Remember, Lawrence, last year in the World Rapid Championship, we also saw a breakout start from Uzbekistan. We saw Nodibek Abdusatorov storm through, beat Magnus Carlsen, and win the world title. So could lightning strike 2 years in a row? Another prodigy from that great nation of Uzbekistan. And okay, we see the game begin. Very confident play so far from the 16-year-old, eyeing up his opponent there. We see Magnus adopt a very classical setup here, Fianchetto against the Grunfeld. And this shows how much respect Magnus has for his young opponent. Magnus is playing proper openings, serious openings. And 2 choices here. Magnus brings out his knight. He could also have advanced in the center. Madaminov looking very confident in the early stages. I don't know too much about him myself either, Lawrence, I've got to say. But from the games I have seen throughout the Rapid and Blitz, looks very strong in the opening, this young player. I guess all blitz specialists do have that foundation of being strong in the early phase of the game. Magnus giving his opponent quite significant time odds here, spending half a minute up to this stage, and it's still very well-known territory. White brings his knight out to c3, still mainline theory, and in this position, White has 2 main options. Either you push forward with the E or D pawns. And we're waiting for the electronic board to catch up with the camera. We're looking at Magnus twirling a piece there, fiddling. Are the nerves kicking in? He's been in this situation so many times before, the Norwegian. But Lawrence, he's playing so slowly, Magnus. What is happening here? The clock could be a significant hazard.
I think he's a bit out of book, actually. I just think it's been ages since he's looked at this particular line. Bishop f4, played knight d4, and e5, whereas Madaminov is clearly well in book, and Magnus has to be a little bit careful here. Yeah, he's going actually for just an inferior position, just admitting he's slightly worse, saying, okay, I was kind of just bluffing this opening. I haven't looked at it for a while, and now I'm going to take a slightly worse position against you, young man. And, 2 bishops, no issues with this position. You can put the bishop on g7, you can play rook e8, you can play queen e7, you can play all kinds of moves. 45 seconds up on the clock, dream start for Madaminov.
Yeah, he could not have wished for a better position, a better situation against the world champion, Madaminov. Great opening. You're right, Magnus, maybe not familiar with the nuances. I think White should have planted his knight on c6 earlier. There was some tactics there, very well-known position. But look at the speed, look at the confidence from Black. Magnus has had to contort himself, play some really weird, ugly moves. Rook d3. What is the rook doing on that square? Looks like a tactical target for Black's bishops. Meanwhile, Magnus starts the kickback, attacking Black's bishop on g4, forcing it back home. But you can happily retreat that piece, bring it back to c8, put it out the way, keep the 2 bishops for later. And look how composed he is right now, Madaminov, not flinching at all. And he takes White's knight in the center.
Also, and bishop f5. I love this idea as well. He's trading down, creating this isolated passed pawn, queen's pawn, rook d8. You take Black here all day, surely.
He's at least equal, maybe even better, as you say, Lawrence, with the advantage of the better pawn structure. You've got to keep pace on the clock. Magnus has sped up quite a lot. Magnus still very solid, but Madaminov going on the attack, not afraid to pounce. Queen b4, attacking the d4 pawn with the rook. And is Black's queen going to dive even further in? Queen b3. White has a lot of weaknesses. I think Magnus might well be facing an upset in this game. Black's knight is coming into c4. Black's pieces all super active. The Norwegian here under pressure. If this were a classical game, you would say he's significantly worse. Black is in the driver's seat. Okay, the Black bishop goes back. Maybe the first sign of some nerves. I think there were superior moves there. Maybe the bishop could have sat on e6, for example, and Magnus is bringing the knight in. So Black just needs to keep control. Keep steady on the clock. Don't panic. There's only one attacking piece. White's knight and queen, however, are headed towards that Black king. So you have to be slightly wary. And Magnus, okay, he's starting to unravel. So no longer necessarily an inferior position for White. Black queen needs to rejoin her army at some point. She's a bit offside. The Black king a bit vulnerable. And look at Madaminov. He leant back. He realizes the nerves are getting to him. Okay, he recomposes himself and retreats. Queen b6 looks good, looks healthy. And okay, still a positional battle. He avoided any immediate knockouts, though. The Black king's safe for now. I like how he positioned his knight on d5, stopping any checks. But okay, Magnus is Magnus for a reason. Queen g5, active play, momentum changing. Still level, but can he cope with the changes? What do you think, Lawrence? Madaminov, suddenly it doesn't look as good anymore, his position. Look at the White queen and knight. They've improved enormously. Black's position has worsened over the last 4 or 5 turns.
It has, but fair play to Madaminov. He's staying in there. He's staying cool as possible. Well, he's staying as cool as possible. But definitely, things have turned in Magnus's favor. Now I think he's going to take on d4. No, he goes knight d3. Also a move, keeping the tension.
Ooh, and we see the position repeat itself. Magnus took his knight back to d3, bishop e6, knight c5. A little dance with the knight and bishop there. We surely won't see Magnus acquiesce to a draw against someone 500 points rated lower than him. Of course, Madaminov, underrated, much stronger than that. But Magnus, he knows that Nakamura is going to be racing ahead. Nakamura will be racking up the wins towards the back end of this tournament, and he's got to keep pace. Thinking for 30 seconds now, Magnus. He's frozen. He's got to find a move, and both of them twiddling with their pawns here. And okay, we're being told that Nakamura is seriously worse in his game. Magnus won't be aware of that, however. Magnus is purely focusing on his own board. What a turn up that would be if Magnus and Nakamura both lose in the same round again. But, meanwhile, Magnus didn't go for the repetition. He didn't go for the draw, just keeping the tension. 30 seconds against 1 minute, though. You've got to say Black's position looking good yet again. He stabilized. Madaminov, it was great for him in the opening. A few patchy moves here and there, but he's looking strong again. And Magnus, Lawrence, he's just too slow. He's got to speed up. He's already lost some time once today.
He's had a bit of a brain freeze here, Magnus. This is quite unbelievable because it just doesn't tend to happen with Magnus. And Madaminov, fair play to him. Magnus really down on the clock. And there's been there might be a full trade here. Magnus might have gotten lucky, but is he still slightly worse? Possibly. B2 pawn's going to have rook c7, rook d2, for example. Yeah. Or rook d1 check and rook d2, much better. Or rook d7.
Ooh, a bit of negativity there from the youngster. He could have at least drawn if he'd played rook d2, kept the rooks on the board. Suddenly, you're trading off when White's king is actually closer to the center than Black's. It doesn't look that way, but White's king has a clear path in on the dark squares. Black's king has been caged by Magnus's last few moves. Should still be a draw, of course, but can he hold his nerve, Madaminov? I think he's done a good job there, centralizing his king. And okay, Magnus has to take a step back. Lawrence, this surely is headed towards a draw now. Big shock and a great result for Madaminov.
Should be a draw, but Magnus still only with 10 seconds. Can Madaminov do something completely unexpected? The answer is probably not. Magnus managing to stabilize now. Madaminov putting all of his pawns on light squares. Don't know about that.
Yeah,
very committal.
Gotta say,
very committal.
That shows nerves, Madaminov. Yes, he's found a good home for the Black Bishop, but his pawns are targets long term. Look out for Magnus working that endgame magic yet again. Look at this. He's trying to zugzwang Black. He's trying to say, okay, you're frozen. Those Black pawns now not on the right color complex. And Magnus is coming across with his king. Suddenly, all three results possible. And I do think Madaminov needs to start exchanging, needs to start swapping off pawns as quickly as possible. Maybe the pawn to b4, push, trade off. Madaminov,
d6.
Offensive now. Ooh, he's been forced to take a step back. White's king dominates now. Zugzwang is coming, Lawrence. Suddenly the Black Bishop is totally frozen. Magnus, if he grinds this one out, I mean, what a turn that would be. A decisive, potentially, moment in the tournament. Yeah, he's just put his pawns on light squares. Don't put the pawns on the same color as your bishop. This was an easy draw, at least, for Madaminov. But now, suddenly, he's on the back foot. And we see the evaluation bar slightly reacting. Still not significant. Still should be a draw. But yeah, the white pawns can never be touched. They are happily on dark squares. Endgame grind, endgame magic from Magnus Carlsen, maybe. And he starting the race.
Wow.
Okay, he's going after the black pawns. Who is leading in this race? Madaminov has lost control, though, looking nervous. On the clock, it's level again. And Black's pawns have... Ooh, Magnus dropping pieces as well. Black's pawns have fallen. Those two white pawns, the A and B pawns, surely going to decide this game. This is where experience plays a factor, right, Lawrence?
Oh, bishop e3, class move there by Magnus as well. Madaminov hitting the pawn in frustration. What an unfortunate turn of events. Madaminov is going to lose this game. Carlsen way too fast here. And the king can even come over f4. That's a lovely move.
Yeah, and we see the handshake, and Lawrence, Magnus takes the win. We have to go over immediately to Hikaru Nakamura because this one looks over.
Oh, wow.
Black is 3 pawns down. It's a queen and 3 against just a bare queen. And yeah, Hikaru is falling to defeat here. Caruana playing the role of spoiler. He is going to do Magnus Carlsen a huge favor. You have to be slightly careful of stalemate ideas. Black's king in the corner, hoping, praying that Caruana gets a bit nervous here. He is nervous. He's allowing 1 pawn to drop, but this should be sufficient. Should be a simple process of preventing the checks. As soon as the checks dry up, this one will end. Lawrence, are we seeing the decisive round, the turning point of this whole tournament?
I think this was a massive, decisive moment. Nakamura losing, Hikaru, Magnus Carlsen winning, especially in the fashion he did. He got extremely lucky to win that game. And as I said,
checkmate.
Yep. When luck shines
Checkmate
down on
move.
you. And Hikaru Nakamura stumbling yet again at the critical moment. His career has been glorious, but that title ever so evasive. Just can't seem to just finish the job. He was a point clear starting today, and now he is a whole point back from Magnus Carlsen. And we've barely played half the games. It's been a catastrophic day for Hikaru Nakamura. Magnus Carlsen, with a touch of luck from Kaisa herself, he's now on 14 points. Nakamura Martirosyan on 13. Jan Krzysztof Duda beats Jan Nepomniachtchi. That almost ends Jan Nepomniachtchi's hopes. He's 2 points adrift. Daniel Dubov beating Min Lee, but feels as though those on 12.5 just too far behind. Anyways, a point behind Magnus with 3 rounds to go. It doesn't look good. It's been a brutal day for Nakamura, especially.
But remember, Lawrence, we have been here before. Magnus was 1 point clear with 3 rounds to go in the rapid section. And he blundered there. He let it slip and players caught up. So it's not over. It is heartbreaking for Nakamura. I think at this point, we all want to see him win the World Blitz title. He deserves at least one of those. He's one of the best players in the world in Blitz for sure, but it's not going to be easy for him. Meanwhile, we see a time scramble between Andrei Esipenko and I think this is Vakidov from Uzbekistan, a member of the gold medal winning Uzbek team there, but it does end. And what is the result? It looks like a draw. And there we go, a draw confirmed between these two very strong young grandmasters. Yeah, there's just so much action everywhere. We wish we could cover all of them, but Lawrence, it looks like those were some of the final games of this round. Like you said, 3 games left in the open section, still a bit of time, and 2 games left in the women's.
Yeah, and incredibly, I will just mention that we were focusing on the game of Ahmed Adli before, and the controversy was that apparently he was disturbed by the friends of his 12-year-old opponent, and the arbiter decided to give Adli 2 extra seconds because Adli actually lost on time as a result of the disturbance, and he was given the 2 seconds. The game ended in a draw. That's unconfirmed, but still worth pointing out. Who do we have here?
Wow, we have 2 very, very young players. We'll try and find out their identities soon. I must admit, I'm not too familiar with them. It's a queen endgame. We've seen many queen endgames this round, and white has an extra pawn. But this should be a draw. White's pawns aren't passed. There's going to be a bunch of checks. It's going to be very hard for the white king to hide. And okay, locking up the pawn structure like this really shouldn't help white too much. I think black can simply retreat the queen to a safe square, and that should be that. And black's king also in the corner is a good defensive strategy, we should mention, in these endgames. There's always going to be stalemate tricks. The only thing not to do for black is to allow a queen exchange in the wrong way or to blunder your remaining pawn. But I think we will see a draw in this game. We could see the draw any moment now. I think black can confirm this with a bunch of accurate checks. You should always check on the diagonal in queen games and queen endgames if you can. Those are often the most effective. And there we go. This does prevent the white king from coming in towards the black king on the g6 square. This one, we do see a handshake and a draw. The arbiter, thank you to the arbiter for blocking. No, we don't see a draw, Lawrence. Did one of the guys lose on time?
It looks as though
heartbreak
time. Oof, that's a tough pill to swallow. He was a pawn up. Okay, the position was objectively a draw, but still to lose that is heartbreaking. Goodness me, what a round!
It should be after 18 intense rounds of Blitz. Sorry, Lawrence.
Yeah, we didn't talk about the women's section. Massive news there. Arabidze held Shuvalova to a draw, but Tang Zhongji beating Sarah Kadam and Asubayeva beating Kostenya means that Shuvalova is half a point clear of Tang Zhongji and Bibisara Asubayeva, meaning that with 2 rounds to go there, still Polina Shuvalova has work to do. She is only half a point clear, and well, she's got to have nerves of steel to take this one home. She's been leading from the front for a long, long time. She's been up there. She deserves her shot. But is Tan Zhongji going to do the double? Is Bibi Sarasaboeva going to retain her title? The next round is going to be absolutely crucial. Of course, what we're going to do is we're going to be back with the pairings for the next round. Don't go anywhere. As things get super hot in the FIDE World Blitz Championships. See you in a few minutes.
Life is full of exciting events, but it is our first impressions that we remember best. Your first diploma, your first job in a big company, unforgettable emotions from the first date, the first expensive things you bought when you got your first paycheck, and your first investments with Freedom Broker. Freedom Broker. Look at your favorite brands from a new perspective.
Welcome back, everybody, to live coverage of the 2022 FIDE World Blitz Championships and World Women's Blitz Championships. We are at a critical stage in the proceedings. It's the final day. It's the championship rounds coming up. Before I talk a little bit more about what has been going on, I do want to remind you guys that it's not too late to have your say in the 2022 Chess.com awards with categories like Game of the Year, Player of the Year, Creator of the Year. Make sure you vote. Type in !awards to find out more information and to vote now. Wow, I mean, what a few rounds we've had. I think it's a good moment for me to bring in the real star of this show, the man, the myth, the legend, one of my favorite people on the planet, and pretty good chess player in his own right, Grandmaster David Howe. David.
You're too kind, Lawrence. I've got to jump in as well. And I want to mention the Chess.com awards. I've got to do a self-plug there. There is a category, Commentator of the Year, and I'm being told that even my own mother didn't vote for me. She voted for someone else, so I need all of you viewers. You know what to do, to go over there. ! Awards. Sorry, Lawrence. I couldn't resist.
No, it's fantastic. Go and vote for David Howe. Please do. He's been phenomenal this year on the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. Now, we had a really, really crucial round just now. Let's go over the key moments. David, Magnus Carlsen beating Madaminov, but he struggled to do so. And what more importantly for him, I guess, or rather more positively for him, his closest rival, Hikaru Nakamura, has started to really falter as the championship rounds approach.
That's right. That was crucial. It all swung in just the space of a few moves. Magnus had a dead drawn endgame against Madaminov, but Madaminov, maybe with a lack of experience there, tried to force the issue, and Magnus took advantage. Just as at the same time as that was happening, Nakamura, his position all fell apart. So that is the type of small margins that we experience and that often decide these big titles. However, Magnus, it's not going to be easy, the run-in for him, some tough pairings ahead, and we all know Nakamura is certainly capable of going on a winning streak. We see there were a few players chasing Magnus. The gap is 1 point now, and we see the top 20 in the standings. We will check in a bit later on how that settles down. 35 prizes available in the open. But let's go to the matchups. And it's the slayer of Nakamura. It's Alexei Sarana who gets his shot at Magnus Carlsen. He's still a bit behind. He's still 1.5 points off the lead. But could he do the double, Lawrence? Could Sarana take down Carlsen as well? Do Nakamura a favor this time? Carlsen certainly won't be underestimating his opponent there. We see Duda against Martirosyan as well. And Nakamura has to beat Shimanov in order to try and catch up. And we're also being told in the featured chat that Sarana started the tournament with 3 points out of 8. He's a man in form. He's on a hot streak. Yeah, no,
Sarana has come back nicely. I think this is a slightly odd and difficult pairing for Magnus, actually. Sarana is a very, very strong blitz player and clearly is a confidence player as well. To get to this score after starting so poorly is very, very impressive. He's got the white pieces. Magnus has not shown his best today. His last game against Madaminov, he was worse with white out of the opening, worse in some middle games. He was dead lost against Richard Rapport. So Carlsen is getting all the strokes of luck he could possibly ask for. But if he comes up against a strong grandmaster, an experienced grandmaster, if that grandmaster gets presented with the same sorts of opportunities, I do fear that is going to be converted. This is a critical game for Magnus Carlsen. A draw is fine for him. A win is obviously superb. A loss just blows open the field, and all of a sudden, it's anybody's tournament yet again. Massive round for Hikaru Nakamura. Has to beat Shimanov. Just no ifs or buts. This is a must-win situation. He needs to get back on the horse. He's had a dreadful day so far. He has yet to win a game. Sorry, I beg your pardon. That's not completely true. That's truly false. He has beaten Grishchuk and Andreikin. I beg your pardon, but he's suffered 2 brutal losses against Artemiev and Serrano, which have really hindered his chances. So this is a must-win situation for Hikaru. And, somebody like Martirosyan playing Duda. Duda will go all in against Martirosyan here, no question. Can Martirosyan also close the gap? We'll soon find out.
Yeah, we will find out. Meanwhile, let's go to the standings in the women's tournament where the chase is on. We do know that Polina Shuvalova, she's been leading, as you mentioned, Lawrence, from the start. She burst out into the lead and she's been there ever since. However, Tan Zhongyi and Bibrisara Asuabayeva, they are now only half a point behind. There's 2 games to go, but just a draw by Shuvalova. And suddenly, we might see players catch up. We might even see another playoff. We saw a playoff in the Women's Rapid World Championship. Could we see lightning strike twice? This is the top of the table with 2 players chasing Shuvalova, a few players a point behind. Let's go to those big matchups, the key matchups. And you don't win world titles by taking it easy. You don't get there against weak opposition. She's playing one of the strongest women in the world, Humpy Konaru, who's won a few games over the last few rounds, only 1 point behind. Humpy could even catch up with Shuvalova if she takes the point in this next game. And Tan Zhongyi faces former world champion Antoaneta Stefanova. Asuabayeva, meanwhile, against Sara Kardem. Local fans over in Kazakhstan will be supporting Asuabayeva's quest to regain her crown. And meanwhile, let's go to the playing hall. The players are ready. They're seated. They're itching to get going. I know there's going to be a lot of impatient players in the tournament hall, especially in the second half of the table, who just want to get their days done. But at the top, the stakes are high. Tens of thousands of dollars available in prize money for them. Here we see Duda against Martirosyan on board 2. Both looking very calm, you've got to say, Lawrence. And you mentioned anything possible in this game. Do we think anyone can catch Magnus? Is Magnus going to get the 2.5 points from the last 3 rounds that he requires to get the gold?
I think, to be honest, everything is, the gods are smiling on Magnus Carlsen at the moment. That's the bottom line. Anything he does is being rewarded. Play bad, win. Play normal, win. Hope for your nearest rivals to not win. That happens. I don't know what pot of gold or leprechaun this guy found years ago. I wish I did the same, that's for sure. Or is he just a genius and he makes his own luck? To be fair, you don't become multi-time world champion, multi-time rapid, multi-time blitz by just being lucky. He's the greatest of all time for a reason. Is he going to complete the trifecta? We're going to find out in the next few minutes.
We have liftoff. This would be the 3rd world title that he holds if he can win his next 3 games. Magnus, his fate is in his own hands. Meanwhile, this game has started. Serrano wanting to play spoiler yet again after taking down Nakamura. It starts as the Queen's Gambit declined. We see an early exchange of pawns. I think Serrano employed this exact variation earlier in the tournament, if I'm not mistaken. Bishop f4, quite a rare move, forcing Magnus to think at this early stage. Magnus brings his pieces out. I've got to say as well, this is what we call the Carlsbad pawn structure. There's no greater expert in world chess, or maybe throughout chess history, than Magnus Carlsen in this structure. Serrano plays a very ambitious move on the last turn after Black's bishop came out to f5, pushing the pawn to f3. Not the typical setup that we are accustomed to. It does hint at a potential pawn storm. If Black is careless here, for example, White's going to throw the G pawn forward with gain of time. Going to throw the H pawn forward, and Magnus hates his opponent's gaining space. Magnus is very, very sensitive to pawn structures. He pushes H5 just to prevent any of those ideas later on. And after a trade of light squared bishops, knight A6, bringing his knight out. aiming to come forward maybe and attack the queen. Nope, Magnus retreats. He's just trying to consolidate. He is wary. He's ready for an expansion in the center from White's pawns. Lawrence, I've got to say, I love Sorana's opening choice, really flexible. White can now choose which side you want to castle on, depending on your mood, depending on your ambitions. Is Magnus here solid enough? Oh, White's pushing forward with e4, getting sharp
Also
already.
like this. Yep, like this. Take the center while you can. No harm done. It takes. White has got the big center. 96, you can just castle. This is a successful opening for Serrano. And this pawn on h5, the problem Magnus has got is that this makes his castling issue serious, because he cannot castle easily on the king side. And then, of course, all he does is castle on the king side. Says, I'm not worried about this pawn on h5. I'm not worried, but I would be worried. This is a serious weakness. Why isn't White just tons better here? Bishop e3, rook e1, small improving moves. I would go rook e1 here to then put the bishop back on c1. That would be my ideal setup. Get out the way. Use this f-file. Target this pawn. Let's see. And he's gone for e5. That feels like a very unnecessarily committal way of playing, but might still be okay. 95, and we get an interesting sort of the structure completely changed now. And the knight on e6 suddenly becomes a massive, massive blockader. I'm not sure I love it from White's perspective.
Everything looked perfect for White. It's very hard to kind of just sit still, acknowledge you've done the hard work, and just slowly maneuver from there. And I think Serrano got itchy fingers. He pushed forward with e5, as you say there, Lawrence, changing the pawn structure. And now look at White's bishop. White's bishop is not a happy piece. It's blocked by its own pawns. That being said, Serrano still with very aggressive intentions, plays knight to g3, attacking that lone ranger out on h5. Magnus would love to retreat that pawn back where it came from, back to its starting square. But instead, he's had to take out a timeout defending that. And look at Magnus' decision there. Practical decision, giving up the exchange. He knew the attack was scary, an incoming attack against the Black King. So Magnus has said, just take my rook for your bishop. And Magnus has gone pawn hunting with his queen. It feels like this must be fantastic for White now, objectively, but still some hurdles to overcome. White's central pawns are dropping. Serrano allows the capture of White's d4 pawn. We'll wait for the electronic board there to catch up, but it does look like pieces are getting traded off. Okay, Magnus doesn't take queens off. Still, the exchange up for White. Rook for bishop and pawn. This, I think we might see another victory by Serrano. Could Magnus be slipping up? Could the tournament be thrown right open again?
I mean,
Lawrence,
this is
rook takes b7.
Disaster for Magnus Carlsen in this position today. But, you know, Magnus, he's such a magician. Is he going to be able to find a way to hold this? Wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, if the queens come off, Magnus has targets. Okay, I'm not sure Serrano should have agreed to that exchange of queens.
Oh, no, rook a1 is good. This is excellent.
Very clever. Magnus knocking over some pieces. He's touched his bishop, but there's no safe squares for the bishop, Lawrence. The bishop is trapped.
Oh, no.
That's it. He picked up his bishop. There was nowhere safe to put it, so he resigns.
Wow.
Wow. It's over so quickly. Serrano crushing Magnus Carlsen, we've got to say. I think the only move to survive was actually knight back to d8, but he'd already touched his bishop. He picked it up. And now the door's been opened for Nakamura and Martirosyan. Let's go over to those games. Here we do see... is this Hikaru Nakamura? No, this is Martirosyan.
Duda Martirosyan.
Board 2 against Duda. Yes, so Duda with White. Let's try and get a better view of the board. We do see level material, but Duda is in charge. Look at those white bishops. Great potential. Black's knight, very, very loose. Wow, Serrano, Lawrence, taking down Nakamura and Carlsen back to back.
Yeah, quite incredible stuff, actually. Quite incredible stuff.
Meanwhile, White is going pawn hunting. You've got to be slightly careful. There's a threat to trap White's bishop on g3. Black is threatening to play f4, and that bishop is caged. So do you want to allow that to happen? Maybe you can get some compensation there. Or do you trade off bishops? The problem with trading off the dark square bishops here is that Black's knight comes to a better square. And we see Duda tapping his finger there in frustration. He knows he's doing well, but he can't see the killer blow. And to be honest, Lawrence, I don't think it's so simple either. I think this is much tougher than the evaluation bar says, in human terms at least, especially in blitz. And Duda's time advantage, he was almost up a minute. It's disappeared, and he blocks in his own bishop. That is ugly, but maybe it was necessary. And White's rooks and bishops will still go pawn hunting later. Temporarily, at least, he's playing without that dark square bishop on g3.
Yes, he is, and a big improvement in Black's position, therefore. But still plenty of work to do for Black. Rook d5, king g7. Okay, Martirosyan h4. He's going to go h5. Now that bishop feels locked for a very long time. Bishop b5, rook e7, keeping things together. I like how Martirosyan is playing. f3.
At least he has an escape route for that bishop now. The white dark square bishop can reroute itself via f2 a bit later on. Meanwhile, Martirosyan going for the threats. There was a threat of pawn to c6, forking the white rook and the white bishop, hence a retreat by Duda. I've got to say, totally love what Martirosyan's been doing. He's locked up the position. And when you have knights against bishops, here Black has the only knight in the position, just block things up. That's a great strategy. And okay, Duda very hesitant here, under 10 seconds. It's going to be a mad scramble now. But he's just moving his rook back and forth. Duda can't find a plan. And Black's knight is coming. Okay, no, Martirosyan retreats, kind of repeats the position. And the status quo has been maintained. This one's so tense. Feels like equal with best play. Neither side able to find a productive plan, but anything can still happen in this scramble. Duda, down to 2 seconds. We've seen him struggle on the clock in various games so far this tournament. Will that happen again? His bishop is out, though. His bishop is out of its prison on g3. Maybe he's the favorite again, Jan-Krzysztof Duda. And b4, going for a passed pawn on the queen side, dropping his h-pawn. Lawrence, it's anyone's game.
Anybody's game. This a-pawn is very, very dangerous. 3 seconds for Martirosyan. 2 seconds. Got to move fast. Rook c7 check, intermezzo. This looks bad now for Martirosyan. Looks very, very bad. And
that pass pawn should decide the game.
Great tactic.
Nice tactic there by Martirosyan, pinning those white bishops. He's going to grab one of them, but look at this, throwing the pieces around, and a7. Wow, he allows a new queen to land on the board, but this is going to spell disaster. Martirosyan loses on time as well. Wow, Duda, his nerves held. He took the win. Martirosyan is not going to join Magnus Carlsen in the lead.
And breaking news in the women's section, Hikaru beats Shuvalova, a catastrophic couple of rounds for Polina, who was doing so well. She's lost against Hikaru. She lost against Kosteniuk. She only drew against Mary Arabidze, and that means that chances for players to overtake her, including reigning women's blitz champion Asubayeva, if she wins her position against Sarah Kadam.
And Lawrence, we are with another of the players who could leapfrog the leader, Shuvalova. We are with Tan Zhongyi right now. She has the white pieces against Stefanova, former women's world champion. And white has an extra bishop, Lawrence. It's bishop and 2 pawns, a set of rooks on the board as well, against just 2 pawns. Okay, a trade there. White's h-pawn, white's remaining pawn, does promote on a dark square, which really helps. She has a dark square bishop, but a long grind ahead. Can Black hold the draw? What do you think, Lawrence? Is Tan Zhongyi going to get this win? If so, then she is going to be one of the big favorites in the final
This is
round.
actually going to go on for some time, guys. This is one of those games. She's going to win the f-pawn, most likely. Bishop d4, there you go. F-pawn has been won. Then she's actually, this is not even going to go on for that long. She's going to win the h-pawn as well. This is surely just hopeless for Antoinette.
It looks that way. You have to be a bit careful. There's a pin on white's bishop, so you can't get greedy and grab black's pawn on f6 yet. Don't play rook takes pawn. That would blow the win. White's king, however, can start to enter. I think that's the most active way to play this endgame. There we go. The king comes in, continues its journey. Great technique from Tan Zhongyi. There's no way that black can eliminate white's remaining pawn. Even if you can, we'll see that dreaded endgame of rook and bishop versus rook, which is so difficult to defend over the board in practical terms. But Stefanova, okay, there's light on the clock reflecting there. We can't see how much time she has, but it feels like she's playing with seconds left. Tan Zhongyi has consolidated. like you said, Lawrence, once one pawn drops, the other will follow shortly. And I think we'll see a cleaning up job from Tan Zhongyi soon. She offers a trade of rooks. That's only possible because the h-pawn promotes on a dark square. And sooner rather than later, that white king is coming to pick off black's pawn. Yeah, final stages of this game.
Great technique by Tan Zhongyi, cutting the black king off. You can now move the king to g6. Antonetta's going to go here. Bishop g5. Now she wins the pawn, and that's enough for Antonetta Stefanova. What a win for Tan Zhongyi. That means that she leapfrogs Shuvalova. Let's go to the Asubayeva game, playing against Sara Kadam. And hold on, I think that game is over. Simply Asubayeva winning or won. And what that means is we have two new leaders, Asubayeva and Tan Zhongyi. Asubayeva in the lead with 1 round to go, but is Tan Zhongyi going to do the double and win Rapid and Blitz, or is Asubayeva going to maintain the title? Yes.
We'll come to those standings shortly. We'll update you with all the results as we head into the final round of the women's section. This is Christopher Yu with the white pieces against Andrei Esipenko. Christopher Yu, American prodigy. He's got that endgame. He's got rook and bishop versus rook. We mentioned it a minute ago. No pawns here, so this should be a draw. But can Andrei Esipenko hold his nerve? It's so tough to defend this one. Plenty of world-class grandmasters have lost this endgame. But I think he knows the drawing technique. He needs to keep his king on a safe square here. He keeps it on the same file as white's king. So white's king can never move. The white bishop is pinned. This is a well-known drawing motif. Now, as soon as the white king goes one way, you go the other way with the black king. And now erecting the second rank defense, offering a trade of rooks. Esipenko, from the Russian school of chess, very classical player, very well-educated player. He's clearly spent dozens of hours analyzing this one. He knows exactly what to do. This is very impressive to defend with 10 seconds left on the clock. Christopher Yu, speed specialist, he looks frustrated. The position's almost repeated itself now a few times. He's running out of winning ideas. Look at this again. Shoulder checking the king. As soon as the white king goes one way, the black king goes the other way. This is going to end in a draw. I can't see Esipenko with his great technique letting this one slip. This could be a battle we'll see for years to come as well. Both very, very young, of course. Both still, I believe, in their teens. And yeah, this one will go on for 50 moves. I think we'll see Christopher Yu abandon his winning attempts soon. And yeah, Lawrence, these two players, I mean, they're playing for a lot of money, right? Potentially, it could be huge for their careers if they can get into those top 35 places, get those prizes. Oh, Christopher Yu, he's done well in the last few days. I think he had a tough start to the tournament, but he won't be able to win this one, unfortunately. And yet again, the pin. We've seen this position before. He's trying something new. Christopher Yu. And look at this, Lawrence. I'm learning, I must say. If anyone wants to learn how to defend this endgame, go check out what Esipenko has been doing, repeating the same pattern over and over again, never in doubt.
No, it's been brilliant by Esipenko. Brilliant defense.
Textbook stuff. Yeah, and I think we all need to catch our breath because we are in for a hell of a round in the women's section and two very dramatic games ahead, of course, in the Open after Magnus Carlsen's defeat. Yeah, the pack have caught up.
Okay, we're going to go for a break. Well, we're going to go for a break while this probably ends up in a draw. We'll keep the game on screen, and when we come back in just a few minutes, we're going to talk about what just happened. 2 rounds to go in the open section, the women's final round, and it's all been turned on its head. It's actually quite extraordinary. We'll be right back in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Just played an exciting game and want to see if you got a brilliancy? Or maybe where you could have improved? Chess.com's game review is just a click away. Game review is a fast, fun, and instructive guided review of your games. See your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy. Check out the eval graph for an instant overview and scroll down to see how many great moves, best moves, blunders, and yes, brilliancies you have played. Learn from Chess.com's coach who gives move explanations, opening statistics, and shows you the best lines of play. With retry mistakes, you can get another shot at finding missed opportunities. Try Game Review today on web, iOS, or Android.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Chess.com's coverage of the FIDE World Blitz Championships, and it is getting close to crunch time. It is the final round of the women's tournament about to take place, and we had an incredible last round there. We'll detail all of that in a second. And in the open section, Magnus Carlsen, showing that he is human, gets absolutely crushed, it must be said, by Alexei Sarana, meaning that the open tournament with 2 rounds to go is still too close to call. Carlsen a half a point lead at the moment, but revitalized hopes for Nakamura, Duda, Sarana. David, it's been an absolute blast so far. It's been a roller coaster. These past few rounds, so much has happened. Perhaps we can take a look at another game while we wait for the pairings Now, Nepomniachtchi had a nice win against Alexander Grishchuk.
Yeah, maybe we can go through this game. There was a very nice finish to it. Nepomniachtchi, of course, had a great day. Fell back slightly, but he's now only 1 point off the lead. So with 2 games to go, still in with a theoretical chance, a mathematical chance. King's Indian, one of the main lines of the King's Indian, very dramatic opening, very controversial opening in terms of both sides having opposing plans. Still very standard stuff so far. White playing on the queen side, black playing on the king side. And Nepomniachtchi, with this knight h4 move, playing some very strange ideas, but playing on both sides of the board, he was able to break through with c5. Lawrence, I guess this is very thematic stuff. Yes, the knight was kicked back, or was it? It came into f5, and things opened up in white's favor, it appeared, at least in practical terms. Grishchuk overextending potentially in the center, and a piece sacrifice by Jan Nepomniachtchi. The evaluation bar doesn't like it, the computer doesn't approve, but in human terms, very scary to allow the white knight into the e6 square, and that knight disappeared, was replaced by some very strong passed pawns.
But the computer's still saying this isn't enough, so Sasha went seriously wrong somewhere. This move, queen e8, is not like that at all. The computer much prefers something like a blockading move like knight e7, keeping everything together. Queen e8, big blunder by Sasha Grishchuk. The point being that after queen e8, white can now just push a5 and just push the a-pawn down the board. And basically, there's nothing you can do. He just pushed all the way, and on knight c7, rook c1 attacking it, just won that knight. And all just like that, it's all she wrote. Suddenly, the king... Yep.
Sorry, I was just going to say pass pawns are there to be pushed. And unfortunately, in Blitz, that's the hardest thing. When the opponent has a simple plan like pushing a pass pawn, how do you counter that? You need counterplay. You need really kind of resolute defense. And Grishchuk couldn't stand the tension. Grishchuk, of course, down to a few seconds, as is his customary style. And Nepomniachtchi, too quick, too sharp. Maybe we can also check out the final position of the Nakamura game, Lawrence, because Nakamura was 1 point behind going into this round. He had a chance to catch Magnus. He didn't expect to slip up maybe from the Norwegian. And we saw a tough game actually from Nakamura, not up to his usual standards. He was on the defending side of a draw. We saw this being the final position. Black is up a pawn. Shimanov here could maybe have even tried to press for more. But I think both players happy with the result in the end, happy with the draw. And Nakamura still half a point behind. Can he make up that deficit? Nakamura fans hoping he can just find the energy. It's really been lacking over the last few rounds.
I think this particular game is a bit of a blessing for Hikaru Nakamura because he's a pawn down. Only Shimanov can play for a win. And for Shimanov to basically accept a draw when he also seemingly has more time on the clock seems a bit strange to me. Maybe Shimanov with one eye on the prize fund. But he has a pretty risk-free position. I don't get why this would end in a draw. But it's great for Hikaru because he probably saw Serrana beating Carlsen and thinks, well, if I stay within half a point, I still have a chance. So a good round finally for Hikaru Nakamura.
A good round, but maybe not the optimal round. He still has to make up half a point with 2 games to go. And I'm not sure if we're waiting for the standings, the pairing still. We do see the playing hall there as players are yet to really re-enter, yet to start taking their seats. It looks like we do have the standings right now with Magnus Carlsen still at the top of the table, 14 points after 19 games. And he is chased now by a pack of 3. Nakamura, Duda, and the man of the moment, Alexei Serrana, who's on a hot streak, started with 3 points out of 8 games, but has just beaten Nakamura and Carlsen back-to-back. So Magnus, he will feel their breath on his neck as we reach the final stages of this sprint to the finishing line. Players on 13 points, Anish Giri, Daniel Dubov, Artemiev, and the like. They still have a chance, but they are hoping for results to go their way elsewhere. Here we see the rest of the top 20. It's really closed the field now. It's really closed up with only 2 points separating 20th place and first place. So let's go to those matchups, Lawrence. It is Shimanov who did draw against Nakamura against Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah. Potential banana skin again for Magnus. Shimanov showing some great form in the Blitz. So Carlsen is going to have to be on his A game to deal with that. Martirosyan against Sorana, a battle of the youngsters, can go either way. Kama with white against Nakamura, the super solid Vincent Kama. A draw is not sufficient for Hikaru Nakamura. He has to go for it here. Absolutely has to go for it. As does Krzysztof Duda, also on 13.5 points, playing black against Andreikin. It's a do or die situation now for a lot of these players.
Yeah, and I did see that many of you were asking why there are such mismatches in terms of the points. That's because it's a long tournament. Everyone has played each other already there at the top. So we do see opportunities for players like Shimanov, 1.5 points off Magnus Carlsen, to leap up and get that upfloat. And still causes for many of them to be confident with 2 rounds to go. Let's go to the standings of the women's tournament where, Lawrence, you mentioned it is crunch time. This is the climax of the tournament, the final round. Everything will be decided here and now. We have Tan Zhongyi, the women's rapid champion, up against Bibisara Asurbayeva in that race for first place. They're on the same number of points. They've played each other already. But who will win? Who will grab that title? Or will we see a playoff? And Shuvalova and Humpy-Koneru half a point back. There's a big gap between 4th place and 5th place. So it does feel like those top 4, it's all about them. Can they get the win that they need in the final round? And talking of the final round, Lawrence, the matchups, Humpy-Koneru against Tan Zhongyi. What a clash that's going to be. Harika as well against Asurbayeva. 2 Indians with the role of spoiler.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a great final round here. If you're Asurbayeva, you can be quietly confident, I think, because Humpy-Koneru with the white piece is very, very difficult to beat. Tan Zhongyi has played phenomenal chess across both events. But if you're Asurbayeva, you're thinking, okay, Humpy with white, solid. She could even win this game. And I've got black against Harika, who's a 1.5 off. Sure. Harika, again, quality player. This is a chance for Asurbayeva, I feel. And poor Shuvalova, after being out in front for so long, now her fate is not in her own hands. I feel as though we could get a repeat champion there. On screen, though, we see Shimanov rising all the way to the top. Is he going to play a part in the history of this tournament and cause a monster upset? We're going to soon find out. It's going to be exciting, that's for sure.
Magnus Carlsen has struggled with the black pieces today, losing 2 games so far with black. So, Shimanov certainly in with some chances there. We saw Duda a moment ago. Now we see Martirosyan against Sorana, the giant slayer. Sorana, can he continue his streak? He's got to be feeling super confident as well. Yes, he has black, but Martirosyan, not maybe on paper as strong as as Carlsen and Nakamura. So, but it's less to fear. He's won 5 in a row, Sorana. He's got 10.5 out of his last 11 games, Lawrence. What a run that is. 10.5 out of 11, Sorana. And here we see Artemiev against Nepomniachtchi, an all-Russian clash, as both players point behind, aiming to catch up. We are ready almost. We're just awaiting Magnus Carlsen. And there we go. Handshake. Can he hold off the chasing pack? Can he hold on to his lead? Shimanov, we saw bailed out with a draw against Nakamura. He's had a few quick draws in the tournament. Very solid player, I should mention, from Russia. Maybe not too familiar to some of our viewers, but Shimanov has been a 2600 grandmaster for many a year already. And he mostly works nowadays as a chess coach and a chess commentator, as far as I'm aware, coaching Russian youth teams, Russian teams over there. And very good chess understanding, if slightly unorthodox playing style. He played a very odd variation of the Scandinavian against Nakamura. Will he play something to surprise Magnus Carlsen here? We're awaiting the first move. What do you think? Does Magnus look composed? To me, he looks a bit tetchy, a bit nervous.
Yeah, he does look tetchy to me as well. Let's see.
Mm-hmm. French defense. Which variation will white choose? Magnus has employed the French a lot. He's beaten the likes of Anish Giri in the tournament using this opening, but he's ridden his luck slightly. Some dodgy positions. Here we see h6, a very trendy move, an early pawn sacrifice by Magnus Carlsen. He brings his queen out, then retreats. Change of mind, but black has grabbed the bishop pair in the process. Very healthy, solid position for white. I said it was a pawn sacrifice. White could have grabbed a pawn on d5. That has been very well analyzed in recent opening books, opening courses online. And now black sets up a solid wall of pawns in the center. It's a closed position, which you would think favors Magnus Carlsen. So now he has survived the opening. Can he work his magic a bit later on? What do you think, Lawrence? Black super solid, but white with more central space?
Yeah. Reminds me of actually some lines of the tromp that I used to play with an early bishop g5, where you give up the dark, of the Trompovsky, where you give up the dark square bishop. Always found that you don't get very much here with white. It looks as okay, like you've got the center, but actually you haven't got much to bite on here. And Magnus with the bishop pair, I'm not saying it's terribly bad for white, but I think there isn't really too many effective plans in this position.
Yeah, it does feel like Shimanov here is playing very timidly. He's showing a lot of respect to Magnus. He didn't really want the wall of pawns he had in the center. He didn't want that space advantage. Instead, he's transitioned into a position where it is symmetrical. But remember, Magnus, he plays this type of opening with white and with black. He also defeated Martirosyan in the first game of the day, Magnus, on the white side of this type of pawn structure. Here we're seeing Shimanov cynically trying to trade off all the pieces. Now it's opposite colored bishops. I'm surprised Magnus allowed this. I've got to say, Magnus had more ambitious options at his disposal, but now it just looks very equal. Feels like Shimanov playing for the draw. Will he be punished? If anyone, you would take black, just because black is slightly ahead in development now. Black's queen is out. Black's got a nice pawn structure. He's going to put his king on the g7 square. Nice hiding place for it. There we go. And this is looking very balanced. You would expect all of the rooks to come off the board. Neither side in any danger here, any time trouble. Magnus needs some magic. I think he realizes he's not in his best shape, and he just wants to stem the bleeding. He wants to not lose yet again with black. And this one looking very balanced. Will this open the door to Hikaru Nakamura, Lawrence? Maybe
could be.
We should be looking at another game. This one
I think
looks
so.
too exciting, I've got to say.
Yeah, let's go to Hikaru. That's a King's Indian. Let's go straight there. Playing black against Vincent Kmart, going for it, and rightly so. Queen c2 on the board.
This is a fantastic opening choice by Hikaru Nakamura. It was his childhood pet line. He used to play this opening all the time as a kid. Hikaru with some amazing victories, one of the world's leading experts in this opening, and it's really unbalanced. Just like we showed a moment ago, Lawrence, Nepomniachtchi against Grishuk, it ends up in a really chaotic mess. And Vincent's a very classical player. Hikaru, very universal, very flexible. I like how Nakamura has handled the opening as well. White does have this kind of avalanche of pawns pushing forward on the queen side, but it's not clear what to do next. Let's see if we can get cameras on them as well in a moment. Black does release the tension in the center. I've seen Vladimir Kramnik win this position many times with white, but not many players can match Kramnik's understanding. So how will Vincent react? Black's knight's getting active. Nakamura, he will have half an eye on the Magnus result. If Magnus does draw, if he sees them get up quickly, then Nakamura will know he needs to step up the gears, needs to take more risks. I think if Naka doesn't win this game, Magnus will cruise to the gold. Lawrence, thoughts on this position?
Well, I think it's the sort of position Hikaru wants, basically. Very unbalanced. Hikaru's got play in the center on the king side. Obviously, Vincent has got space on the queen side. Objectively, I would say that this is, obviously fine, some kind of dynamic balance, but precisely the position that Hikaru Nakamura needs in this particular tournament situation. So the moves coming in a bit more slowly. We can see an update here.
Yeah, we see. Sorry, carry on, Lawrence.
No, I was going to say Rook A3. Typical idea in these structures to float the rook over on the third rank, but please do say. There we can see a camera shot of them both.
Yeah, crucial game for them. Still a very balanced position. Meanwhile, the Magnus Carlsen game is changing slightly. It has changed. Pawn structure, rooks are off the board. Lawrence, maybe we can go to the women's tournament, Lawrence, because it is the final round over there. Medals are on the line. We will, of course, update you with how Carlsen is doing, Nakamura. But Tan Zhongyi up against Hikaru on top board. We do also...
Humpy winning. Humpy just winning. She's just got more pieces. Simple as that. She's got 2 rooks and a bishop for a queen. That should be way too much.
But don't underestimate a queen in Blitz, Lawrence. I've been there too many times. Objectively, white is winning. That's too much material. But black's queen, watch out for it getting active. The white king not entirely safe on the back rank either. Tan Zhongyi has jumped in with her knight to d3. But this is snapped off by Humpy and still looks pretty good for white to me. I don't think a capture of either of those 2 pieces. Black's queen can take the white knight. You can play e takes d3, take the bishop as well. I don't think either of them really cuts the mustard. Neither of them really does the business. White's bishop can just retreat now, defend the rook.
And
very simple stuff.
Breaking news. Bibisara Asabayeva has got a winning position against Harika. She takes the bishop on f3. It is forced mate. If she avoids these checks, it's going to be over. And given the situation on the other board, that will mean that Bibisara is going to retain her title. And it's just unbelievable.
Lauren, she's completely winning. She's found a safe square for her king. Her king is getting checked, but it's going to come round to the g5 square, a safe haven. I don't think the checks will continue for that much longer. You've got 2 or 3 checks as white, and then it's game over. As soon as you move your king here for Harika, that spells disaster. If you don't have checks, black's knight is just going to decide the game. She can already start bringing her knight in, threatening checkmate. There we go. Bibisara landing the knight on e1. Queen g2, checkmate, monster threat. This is it. Bibisara is laying down the marker. If Bibisara wins, remember Tan Zhongyi has to win herself, but she's up against it. She's losing to Hikaru. Could Humpy do a favor now to Bibisara? Wow, and we see a resignation. White gets checked. The king was about to get forked. This knight check on f3 was decisive. So Bibisara Asabayeva about to win a gold medal, we think, unless black wins in this game. But it looks like white is just doing the business. Checkmate incoming. Tan Zhongyi crashing to defeat. There's no chance black wins this game. White's 2 rooks and bishop combine too nicely. Lawrence, this
by the way,
to put things into
perspective, Bibisara Asabayeva won her last 5 games in a row. That's how far behind she was. She might only win it by half a point. She won her last 5 games in a row, and Tan Zhongyi is dead lost. There's nothing she can do. Look at this position; it's just totally over. She's getting mated. I mean, it doesn't really matter where she goes with the queen. Hikaru way too strong. Going to find a way to convert this, and that's going to be that. There's going to be no playoff, nothing, because Shuvalova just lost her footing over the past few rounds. Bibisara, she's going to be the local hero. It's going to be absolute pandemonium in the stadium, and that's it. She's going to win the Queen Rook E4, and that's going to force resignation. Wow, Bibisara Asabayeva.
Yeah, that confirms the world title going to Kazakhstan, the home nation. They will be dancing in the streets, Lawrence. Tan Zhongyi, heartbreak for her as she aims for a 2nd world crown. But
Magnus Carlsen, Magnus Carlsen has magicked another position somehow around here.
Wow.
He took...
Lawrence, we'll go through that in a moment, but there's still games going on.
Okay.
We can see here. Which game is this? Is this Hike Matarosyan? I can't see the players' faces right now.
Is.
Just judging by the hands, I recognize the hands. Matarosyan white against Sarana with black. Giant Slayer Sarana looks like he's in trouble. White has an extra pawn, but this should be a draw with best play. Rooks will balance each other out. Can Matarosyan put the pressure on Magnus Carlsen and win this game? If If not, Carlsen might be clear by a whole point. Oh, look at this white F1. Okay, I'm being told Hikaru has won, so he keeps up the chase. It's going to be very tense, that final round. How can black stop checkmate? Rook e8 mate is coming. Are the checks going to dry up? White's king can hide. Surely white's king can advance to safety. And you have to block the background checkmate. Rook e8 mate will trap the black king. Okay, this pawn is coming. This must be winning, surely, for white, Lawrence. Rook e8.
G2.
But he's been deflected away. Wow, Rook e1. That's a move of panic. Suddenly, he's blundered his rook. He's blundered his rook, Lawrence. And look at the frustration on Serrano's face, or on his hands even.
Oh,
his face now. Huge blunder. Vachier-Lagrave.
No.
Wow.
Devastating for Serrano. Look at that. Tears in his eyes. Oh, that's a tough one. That hurts. Oh, I can feel his pain from here. Alexei Serrano had it in his hands. At least it looked like he was holding. To lose there is a massive blow. We can see some games here.
Yeah, this is about to be a draw between Mikhail Kobalia and Christopher Yu. Not a great result for either player as they aim for the prizes. But such slim margins. Serrano blundering in a dead drawn position. Here we see some analysis. I believe this is Magzudlu, and he was up against Shant Sargsyan from Armenia. So this game, it looks like it's ended maybe in a draw, but not at the top of the table, either of these two players. Serrano, he was on a great run, as said by Alf Chess in the featured chat. It was a great run, but unfortunately, he hit a stumbling block, Vachier-Lagrave. Wow. And we'll see the fallout. We'll see the repercussions of all of those results in a moment. But Lawrence, as we see the playing hall there, final thoughts on the last round of the women's tournament and the penultimate round of the Open?
Well, I think, it's it shows just how much momentum plays a part in this tournament. Bibisara Asabayeva was not even in the mix until a couple of rounds out. We weren't even talking about her. We were saying Shuvalova, Gunina, Tan Zhongji. They were all the big names who we thought could win it. And all of a sudden, Bibisara racks up 3, 4, 5 wins in a row. And just like that, she doesn't even need to play a playoff. She becomes the first woman that I can remember in a long time to retain the World Blitz title. She's a Blitz phenom. You got to give it to her. What a final round result, beating a very strong Harika. Commiserations to Shuvalova, who doesn't even get the silver medal because Humpy Kanuru beats Tan Zhongji to leapfrog her. It goes Asabayeva, Kanuru, and then Shuvalova and Tan Zhongji in a tie for third and fourth. We'll get who gets the third and fourth there. I would love to see the scenes in the playing hall. She's the local hero playing in Kazakhstan. Congratulations to her.
Lawrence, 18 years old, and she's won 2 world titles already.
Yeah.
Blitz titles back to back. So congratulations to all fans out there in Kazakhstan and to Bibisara Asabayeva. Meanwhile, we do have a game still ongoing, a time scramble. Which board is this? This is one of the lower boards of the open section, but it looks like Rook versus Bishop, that famous endgame. This one, I think, should be a draw, but you have to be mightily careful as white, not to drop your bishop, not to get checkmated. Wow, so much action. Look at this, the white king in the corner now, and this is a well-known drawing motif. Okay, he didn't put the king in the corner. I'm slightly surprised by that. Normally, the idea is to put the king in the opposite color corner to your bishop, because then there's a bunch of stalemating ideas. There's no way to actually win the opponent's piece. So it does look like a bit of nerves. Both players living on the increment, fighting it out till the bitter end. And I love to see this, despite the fact it's one of the lower boards in the open section. Not that much to play for, apart from rating points and pride. but they're still fighting desperately. And now white needs to put his king in the corner. There we go, aiming for stalemate. Now the black rook can go and attack that white bishop. There would have been a check, however, and black played that with just a few seconds left. This one should be a draw. White can put the bishop next to the king. I think he's going to play it. Stalemate is threatened.
Yep.
And yeah, this one will eventually surely be a draw, but black's going to try forever. He's going to hope for a blunder by white. And Lawrence, on that note.
Yeah, we'll let them play that out. We're going to go for a break. When we come back, it will be the final round of the Open of this year's World Blitz Chess Championships. It's nicely poised. We do have a clear leader. It's your man, Magnus Carlsen, but is the world champion, the World Rapid champion, going to force it home? Or are the chess gods going to smile upon Hikaru Nakamura or Jan Krzysztof Duda, both half a point behind Magnus Carlsen? It's all to play for. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Final round coming up just now.
So I first learned about Il Cafe through my buddy Aaron. He was like, hey, me and a group of fellas meet at this cafe downtown on Sundays, and we play chess there. It'd be really cool if you could stop by and hang out with us and, you know, just feel the vibe. And so I showed up, and it was a nice vibe. I was like, yo, Il Cafe is pretty ill.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. It is time. The final round of this year's FIDE World Blitz Championships is upon us. We've got an unbelievably exciting round to behold. Before we talk about the open section, of course, here with David Howell. David, we've just witnessed the local hero, Bibisara Asubayeva, from nowhere. She wasn't even in the picture a few rounds ago. She has come storming through, galloping through like a horse. You know, you watch the Grand National and they come galloping through at the finish line. She's won by a neck, amazingly, winning her last 5 games and then beating Haruka in the final game to clinch the title and to retain her title at the tender age of 18. Quite astonishing.
Yeah, it's incredible. Congratulations, many congratulations to Bibisara Asubayeva. It is like a fairy tale, as you say, Lawrence, to overtake all of those leaders with that last kind of winning streak. It's just fantastic to see, and hopefully it does inspire generations of Kazakhstan players. They wanted to host this tournament for a reason, and they have been rewarded with a gold medal in the World Women's Blitz and a silver medal in the Women's Rapid tournament. So fantastic organization of the tournament over there in Kazakhstan, and they really do deserve those medals. Many congratulations. But Lawrence, there is a lot upcoming. It is Magnus Carlsen in the lead of the open section. We can't forget that Nakamura is on his tails as well, and Jan Krzysztof Duda, half a point behind Magnus Carlsen. We'll check out the matchup soon, but some major clashes ahead. Also, Haik Matarosian, the 4th player, in with a chance of gold, but he will rely on favors in other results. So we've seen the inspirational run of Asubayeva, who is going to take the Open Championship, that world title. Lawrence, predictions for the final round. Is Carlsen going to do it? Or is Nakamura going to force a playoff? Or maybe even leapfrog Carlsen?
Well, in my experience, when things are in Magnus Carlsen's hands, when destiny is in his hands, he tends to pull through. I think he's going to gather himself and he's going to finish the job here. White against Abdusaturov. Not the easiest pairing in the world, obviously, for Magnus. None of the pairings are at this stage. But you've got to think that all the chips have fallen in Magnus Carlsen's favor today. He has been lost. He's been worse. And nonetheless, nobody has managed to capitalize in those spots. Yes, he did lose against Sorana. But even when he lost to Sorana that round, Nakamura also lost at the same time. And it's really been a case of Hikaru Nakamura not being able to reproduce the form he had on day one. He hasn't been able to push his foot down at the required times. So now he finds himself in a situation where he's having to pray that Magnus simply does not win. You never want to be in that spot. I think Magnus is going to do it. This title means the world to him. He will be world champion across all formats.
Meanwhile, Lawrence, you're right. He has all those titles. Nakamura has the Fisher Random world title, I've got to say. But we are being told that the final standings, breaking news, final standings of the Women's Blitz World Championship has been delayed because we're being told that Kostenyuk is launching an appeal. We're not sure what the appeal is about. We're not sure it's about her results, her games. Either way, I don't think it affects the final standings. It doesn't really affect the win of the gold medal of the title by Asubayeva, but possible controversy. We could see a shakeup in those standings if FIDE uphold the appeal. Meanwhile, a moment ago, we did see the matchups for the final round. Magnus Carlsen does start as the favorite to win the gold. However, the pairings, the matchups are not necessarily in his favor. Here we see Duda aiming to win, aiming to strike against the heartbroken Sorana after his defeat in the previous round. We see Abdusaturov make his way all up to board one. He's been nowhere, I've got to say. Throughout the Blitz tournament, he hasn't hit his usual high standards, Nordebek Abdusaturov, but he has a chance to change the fate of the tournament. And remember, he has beaten Magnus Carlsen before last year in the World Rapid in Poland. So it's not going to be easy for Magnus. Nakamura, meanwhile, has a, on paper, favorable pairing against Pentala Harikrishna. Harikrishna, a strong player, but not necessarily known for his blitz skills. Here we see Martirosyan, the fourth of that group. He is up against Caruana. Martirosyan has to win and also has to hope that none of the three players above him win, including a Magnus defeat. That is what the young Armenian has to hope for. Fabi, of course, aiming to spoil that dream. And yeah, we are waiting, as per usual, for Magnus Carlsen to arrive. There we go. He's at the board, at the table, looking very focused. He has the white pieces. He did beat Nodibek a couple of days ago in the World Rapid. Will he do it again? Destiny in his own hands. You mentioned it, Lawrence. Another, I think, 6th World Blitz title within his grasp. A win, and he's got it. He's secured it. But a draw, and we might see a playoff. That would be cool too. Seeing a playoff between Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura. Maybe with Duda in the mix there somewhere. But what will we see? We'll find out shortly. We are awaiting the gong and the action beginning. Predictions in terms of opening, Lawrence. Will Magnus play it safe or will he go all out?
We'll soon see. He's played 1e4, e5, so we're going to get something relatively quiet. You tend to feel, yeah, Spanish. And I don't know whether Magnus is going to just play a line which is very drawish. No, he plays d3. This is a clever move, just trying to get a position of sorts. Keep the game alive. Quick a4. And this has all been played many times before. b4. These structures discussed for hundreds of years.
Yep. We should mention that this theory is constantly evolving with small nuances here and there, small little ideas, which I'm sure Abdusatorov is aware of. However, Magnus does have a bit more experience with white and black on the side of this structure. So Magnus will know everything pretty much there is to know under the sun in this type of opening. Can Nordebek kind of match the speed? He's already lagging slightly below on the clock. It is the Spanish opening, it is the Roy Lopez, but a slightly unorthodox move order to start this game, I've got to say. Magnus showing a sign of nerves there. He pretty much adjusted a piece and he said sorry as he adjusted it. Normally you should be saying jadub or adjust before you touch a piece. A bit strange there. We saw that during last year's World Championship. His bishop, meanwhile, is kicked back to a2 and Nordebek allowing an opening of the center. Nordebek pushing his pawns on the queen side. Magnus trying to open the center of the board. Who will this favor? The stakes get higher in these types of positions once the pawns start to disappear, once the pieces can actually start playing. And traditionally, as soon as white achieves this break, it tends to be a little bit of pressure. Black tends to be the one who has the burden of equalizing things. So I think from an objective point of view, still balanced, of course, but Magnus Carlsen can't be too unhappy. He can play it safe later if he needs to. I like the fact that he's kept the tension. He'll keep an eye on the other results. And I'm sure we'll do that too, right, Lawrence? We will update everyone as the other results come in. Nakamura aiming desperately to win, and Jan Krzysztof Duda. Let's not forget him in with a shout as well. And okay, the center has locked up. White has more space. Lawrence, who does this favor?
Well, I think it's still ever so, balanced, really. But I'm not sure. White has now blocked the center. Not entirely sure who's better here. Not an easy position to play.
Not
a5. I like this move, though.
White locks that queenside down. So Black's knights, actually, they are dancing into the white position. There's a threat of knight into d3. I'm not sure which knight, but one of those two knights is headed towards d3. Magnus needs to guard against that. But long term, that black knight on b4 doesn't have too many escape squares. So Magnus might try to surround that piece later to corral it. And yeah, it's certainly a double-edged position. I said Magnus didn't want to take any risks until he knew what was going on, but by closing the center, he pretty much said, okay, this one is not going to be a draw. This one's not going to be boring. We see his expression there. Magnus Carlsen burning time on the clock for the first real moment in the game. And Abdusatorov looking very confident. He's 2 points behind, so of course he's playing for significant financial prizes, but he won't win a medal in this tournament. Abdusatorov, the stakes are lower for him, but it's always fun to relax a bit. And you know that you're trying to spoil your opponent's tournament. It takes some of the pressure off, often psychologically. That gives you an edge. Magnus now, Lawrence, thinking for almost 1 minute. This is
incredible.
worrying.
I was going to say, what's causing the pause here? He does go for knight f1 to prevent knight d3. I wonder what he was spending his time on there.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. Maybe it's nerves just slowing the hand somewhat. Black brings the bishop out. Very aggressive move, pinning white's knight on f3. But
this was probably it because...
Go on, sorry.
Yeah, because bishop takes f3. Sorry, bishop takes f3 and knight c2 is in the position here. I think this is what Magnus was spending his time on, trying to work out what to do against this move. And Magnus now getting decently behind on time here. This is worrying.
Yeah, to say the least. And okay, I think he brings his knight out to e3, attacking that black bishop. White's knight on the e3 square also keeps an eye on that knight fork you mentioned, you highlighted with knight c2 there, Lawrence. So black has retreated. But Abdusattorov, like you said, he's piling on the pressure. He's creating threats, and that has caused Magnus to slow down a lot. I don't really like what Magnus has done with his pieces either. It looks very, very clumsy, but still under control for now. Under a minute. Can Abdusattorov continue the momentum, keep creating threats, maybe bring black's rooks into the action? If not, then Magnus will have a respite. He will have time to consolidate. This one is one of the most tense positions you could imagine. So cagey. Only a trade of 2 sets of pawns so far. What does Abdusattorov reach forward to do? It looks like he's traded off a knight now on f3. I'm surprised. I paused there because this looks counterintuitive, exchanging pieces, especially when that pin looks so uncomfortable for white, Lawrence. He's got this tactical idea in mind of trading off everything. Knight c2, deflecting white's knight, taking the white light square bishop. What about this transition? Who does it favor? It looks like white's knight's coming into f5. Surely that's dangerous. And huge threat on the board now.
Dangerous. Position does look dangerous here. Rook d1 on the board. Oof, the queen on d4, very, very exposed. And he brings the queen back to c5, but this allows knight f5, and Magnus now clearly in a better spot. He's unraveled. Magnus Carlsen, so close yet again. He can taste it. He's got to be precise though. Bishop g5 looks a little loose, but it's okay. h4. Okay, bishop g5, h4.
Great move by Magnus Carlsen, gaining time, hitting the black bishop, and now white's king never, ever has to worry about back rank checkmates. I think this black bishop has to go back, so a loss of time for Abdusattorov. He's helped Magnus with that slip, with his putting his bishop on a wrong square, and now it feels like there are some tactics in the air. I'm looking at somehow trying to attack that black queen, which doesn't have too many safe squares. We've got to say, okay, rook c3, there we go, hitting that black queen. As soon as you kick away black's most active pieces, then you can start to, for example, capture that black knight with your bishop, or maybe even harass that black knight, push the pawn to g3. Wow,
he does take on a5.
He's playing with fire. That black queen is eyed up by white's bishop. Surely there's a tactic here, Lawrence. Somewhere, black's position is falling apart. It's so loose.
Knight takes d5, desperation, Abdusattorov. Surely this move doesn't work. What is this? He wants to go e4?
Small update, Lawrence. Small update. I'm being told that Duda is significantly better in his game. He could win and try to catch up with Magnus. Nakamura is worse. He's significantly worse in his position. So these results are going to dictate the fate of the world title. Meanwhile, the white rook's harassing this black queen. Lawrence, where's this black queen going? It's
5 seconds.
Almost trapped.
Abdusattorov. Queen b6.
He's lost his knight.
This is just over.
This is a bloodbath. This should be a win now for Magnus Carlsen. 3 seconds. Abdusattorov made that move with 1 second left. All Magnus needs to do now is consolidate, protect all his pieces, curl up into a ball, and ensure there are no last-minute tricks. White has an extra knight that will decide the game. And Abdusattorov down to 1 second for the third move in a row, walking into a fork. But Magnus has seen it all, grabbing 2 pawns and a handshake. It's confirmed. Magnus Carlsen gets the double. He wins the World Blitz Championship, Lawrence.
Wow, Magnus Carlsen. I said it before the round, when the fate is in his hands, what a spot with white in the last round. He tends not to fail. Magnus Carlsen, triple world champion, classical, rapid, and blitz. It wasn't smooth sailing. It had its moments, but the field, yet again, not able to really put him under enough pressure when he's down. He had a string of very, very fortunate events. The game that he lost, the game that he should have lost, all the results went his way. And I think Kaisa was smiling down on Magnus from the start of today. She selected her winner. Magnus Carlsen, once again, World Blitz champion. And
we saw the smile on his face, Lawrence. The joy, the relief after such a tough tournament, such a marathon endurance event. And here we do see Martirosyan trying to keep up, trying to potentially fight for a medal by taking down Caruana. Looks like White's position is beautiful right now. Some pressure. But look at those White rooks stacked up. Oh, sorry. This is against Duda, not Caruana.
This is Duda Sorana, yes.
Oh, this is Duda Sorana. Oh, pardon me. This is not Martirosyan. This is Duda Sorana. So Duda, if he wins, I think might well get this silver medal. And is he capable? It does look very nice for White right now. That is Jan-Krzysztof Duda. We see Sorana with the black pieces. Queens are off the board though, Lawrence. And maybe this brings some salvation for Black. Black is rock solid despite being less active. And Duda's having to start retreating. Suddenly the advantage is all gone. White is no longer better. And we do also know that Nakamura fighting Duda needs to win if he wants a medal. And Rook F6.
Absolutely, yeah.
Very solid. It's hard to imagine.
Right.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine White winning this anymore, Lawrence.
Can't see a White win here ever. If anything, you take Black in this position because Black has got the open B file.
And meanwhile, a small update, Lawrence. Nakamura is in a dead drawn endgame now against Harikrishna. He survived the worst Nakamura, but he's unlikely to win, barring a miracle. So Nakamura might draw. If he draws and Duda draws too, it will come down to tiebreaks to decide the destination of those medals. Duda against Sorana. Can he grind it out, squeeze water out of a stone in this opposite coloured bishop endgame? Should be a draw. Lawrence, where are we looking now? What are you expecting from these last two crunch results on the top few boards?
Well, it's just about who's going to get the silver and bronze medals now, and this game kind of dictates all of that.
And I think Duda has blown it, Lawrence. Sorana could play the role of spoiler yet again. Look at those black rooks lined up against the B2 square. I think Black is breaking through, crashing in. And surely now Duda is toast. He's on the ropes. How is he going to survive? We see an updated position. Black has won everything. Black has won the white pawns on the king side. Black has won the B2 pawn. I think Duda is going down. No medals going to Poland in this tournament, unless he can pull out a miracle save. But look at that black A pawn. It's going to team up with the black rook and bishop, and this is almost game over now. Black's king just can enter. White is totally stuck, totally paralyzed, just has to wait. And Duda playing on 1 or 2 seconds every move. Ooh, 2 seconds left there. Black's king is inevitably making its way over. And this is fatal now. Discover check, hitting the white bishop. There we go. Bishop falls. Duda leans back in his chair, almost falls off his chair and resigns.
And that's a massive, massive loss for Jan-Krzysztof Duda, because with that loss, suddenly Sorana overtakes.
Yeah. Sorry, I've got to say as well, look at Nakamura. He's peering over his shoulder. He was checking out that result, shaking his head. He's now in his head trying to do a maths equation. He's trying to work out whether he guarantees the silver medal with a draw, because he's almost guaranteed to draw at this point. I'm not sure if we can zoom in slightly, but it's rook and knight against rook, a well-known theoretical draw. Harikrishna, an endgame expert, will never lose that one. So you're right, Lawrence. Duda's chances look like they've gone. Sorana overtaking. But Nakamura, is he secured the silver with a draw? This looks like the current position. They're playing very, very fast, but simply no way to win this endgame if your opponent knows the technique. All you need to do is pin the white knight. Pin the white knight, check the white king when it pokes its head out from the shelter there. And I think a draw is in the works. It's going to happen, barring maybe a blunder by Harikrishna or a loss on time. Nakamura, though, he knows every trick in the book. He'll keep pressing. A win would guarantee him the silver medal and a huge check. But of course, disappointing he couldn't clinch the gold after going into today with a 1-point lead. Harikrishna, look at him. Such a great student of the game. He studies so hard on these endgames. And he's not going to lose this. Lawrence?
I don't think so, but Hikaru going to try until he can try no longer.
Yeah, and the arbiters won't step in with the 50 move rule, which marks no progress, no pawn pushes or captures. They won't step in, the arbiters. They're only allowed to after 75 moves without any action. So until Harikrishna claims that draw, I think Nakamura will keep setting the traps. He's relocating his knight now, as we see with some checks. But Black's king's still not on the edge of the board. You can't trap it, can't checkmate. Look at Nakamura's face. He is disappointed visibly. He knows that this day could have gone so much better. He just couldn't get motoring in the early stages. Maybe Nakamura will regret those 2 very quick draws in the first 2 games of the day. They upset the chess gods.
Yep, I agree. I think he took way 2 quick draws. But to potentially not even get silver after being a point clear on the final day, he's going to be gutted. How many more chances is he going to get in this tournament? This was his year. Point clear, played beautiful chess in day 1. He just wasn't able to keep his nerve in the home stretch.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the tiebreak scores. I think Nakamura should clinch silver ahead of Martirosyan if he draws, but he's not aware of that. He isn't going to be 100% sure. Martirosyan did beat Caruana, so many congrats to him, the young Armenian phenom. And I think he's got a share of second prize no matter what now, Martirosyan, as long as Nakamura doesn't win at least. And with a shake of the head, Nakamura, this is typical for any viewers of his Twitch channel. Whenever he looks away like this, shaking his head, he knows what is happening. He knows that a draw is inevitable now. He's just playing on out of frustration, out of disappointment, and a shared second prize, Martirosyan and Nakamura in the end. Still very healthy financially, but no world title, no gold medal, Lawrence. He's going to get it one day, surely.
Well, I don't know. I think if this might have been the year where he really thought it could happen. But it's a shame for the Naka fans. He's just playing on pure emotion now. Hikaru. He's gutted. He's thinking about previous games. Where did it go wrong? What could I have done better? And just as this game reaches its closing stages, Nakamura frustrated, a draw inevitable now. I just want to shout out everyone still watching today. I know there's tens of thousands of you, so I want to say hi and thank you so much for sticking with us as the drama has unfolded. Of course, we see the destination of the titles. They have been finalized now pretty much, but we will bring you confirmation of that shortly. Nakamura's had a great tournament, we've got to say. Rightly should be proud of himself, but unfortunately it's not going to end on the note he wanted. And I think at this point Harikrishna can safely claim the 50 move rule. He's defended this long enough. He's defended very accurately, very well. But there we go. The arbiter steps in. No progress has been made. And we do have a draw. Nakamura confirms that he ends in joint second place. Wow. Absolutely incredible scenes. Magnus Carlsen, the Norwegian god, proving he is untouchable. World Rapid Champion, World Blitz Champion, World Classical Champion. Congratulations to him. Regardless of how he did it, he managed to do it, and that's what the greatest players do. They find a way. When their backs are against the wall, when the tide has turned, when things are looking rough, they still manage to find a way. Once again, congratulations to Bibisara Asubayeva for that stunning comeback to win the World Blitz Championship and retain her title. Magnus has been Rapid and Blitz champion, dual Rapid and Blitz champion, both in 2014 and 2019. Now once again in 2022. Devastated look of Hikaru Nakamura. He wanted this so bad. He had a lackluster Rapid event. The Blitz event was supposed to be his. He had an amazing day one, point clear going into day two. He just couldn't get the balls rolling. He couldn't get the fire and the energy to the levels required to compete with somebody like Magnus Carlsen. David, just emotions running wild. Who's really impressed you this tournament outside of Magnus or Bibisara? Which names are we going to be looking at in the future? And what are your general impressions of this fantastic past 5 days?
Yeah, first of all, I want to say thanks to everyone watching. It has been fantastic, as you say, Lawrence, the last 5 days. This is always a great way to end the year, not just for the professional players out there in Kazakhstan, but for chess fans like ourselves to see such a spectacle as the pieces are already being cleared away. But yeah, the names that have impressed me, I want to say Haik Martirosyan in the Blitz, just phenomenal. Never let his head drop, even after he lost to Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura. Also, Vincent Keimer doing extremely well. Some of the younger players like Denis Lazovic, just extremely impressive. Their time will come. Magnus won't go on forever. These youngsters will have a go, and they will be able to snatch that title away someday. But yeah, it was those veterans that asserted their control in the end, in the open section. Like you said, Bibisara in the women's section pulling through. But Polina Shuvalova, also extremely impressive until tailing off at the end. So much to hope for the future from these youngsters. And I mean, I'm already looking forward to the end of next year, this World Rapid and Blitz again. It's always a highlight. And yeah, I can't wait to go in more detail once the nerves have gone, just through all of those games, just to learn from them. Because in terms of Rapid and Blitz, this is the creme de la creme. And they train on these time controls. They play these time controls day in, day out online, Chess.com. And yeah, clearly that pays off. So yeah, Rapid Blitz, there's beauty in speed chess in itself. And Lawrence, it's been a pleasure covering it with you, of course.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure covering it with you, of course, David. I want to say personal thanks to you for being such a class act, as always, to the rest of the team, Walter for being brilliant, Benjamin, Goran, and everybody else in the Chess.com team who perhaps aren't visible to you guys, but without them, none of this would be possible. Congratulations, Magnus. Congratulations, Bibisara. Do also bear in mind that the 2023 Pan-American Intercollegiate Team Chess Championships are taking place January 5th to 8th, Seattle, Washington. Go.chess.com/Panams 2023 for more information on that. Well, I think we've said it all pretty much. The chess gods have smiled once again upon some of the best names in the business. Magnus Carlsen is still showing he is the man to be beaten in this sport. He may be relinquishing his classical world championship, but he will be World Rapid and Blitz champion for at least another year. Congratulations to Bibisara Asabayeva and Tan Zhongji for their respective victories in the Women's World Blitz and World Rapid. Shout out, of course, to all of those competitors who fought so hard. Commiserations to the likes of Hikaru Nakamura, Polina Shuvalova, and those who came so close. You'll have to come back and fight again another time. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you to all of you who have watched. Over 30,000 of you tuning in live today. Your messages of support are greatly appreciated. Make sure, of course, to keep an eye out for all the forthcoming events also on Chess.com in 2023. We've got plenty on the way. It's going to be a packed year. And if judging by the end of this year, we're just going to have more drama, more action, and plenty, plenty to celebrate. Oh, and that's a good way to end the stream, isn't it? Apologies for that. Small sneeze there. I'm Lawrence Trent. I've been with David Howe. It's been an absolute pleasure once again. And have a lovely end of the year. Celebrate it with your friends and family. Stay safe. Stay healthy. We'll see you all in 2023. It's been a pleasure. Thanks, guys.
Happy holidays, everyone. Bye-bye.
Life is full of exciting events, but it is our first impressions that we remember best. Your first diploma, your first job in a big company, unforgettable emotions from the first date, the first expensive things you bought when you got your first paycheck, and your first investments with Freedom Broker. Freedom Broker. Look at your favorite brands from a new perspective.